sure that the audio is playing properly when it's in Windows. Yeah. Now things may get a little weird at some point because I am having to run this in window capture because OBS is continuing to be disagreeable relative to the emulator lately. So just bear with me on anything weird that may happen. Hey, I still have one from way back when. Let me go ahead and get rid of that. That name doesn't exist anymore. Now, important thing to note, I will not be reading things out or voicing things this time because my head is kind of screwed up because of the weather. Now, I'll read this part. 50 years have passed since Simon Belmont vanquished the curse of Dracula. Fate has dictated that Just Belmont, blood descendant of the Belmont family, hunt for the relics of Dracula. One day, Just's best friend, Maxim, who had set out on a training expedition 2 years earlier, returned unexpectedly, his body covered with wounds. He informs Just that Liddy, a childhood friend whom they both deeply care about, has been kidnapped. Maxim has completely lost his memory of his time training away from home, and has only vague images of the kidnapping. Ignoring his bodily injuries, Maxim leads Just to the place where he believes Liddy was being held captive. Passing through thick fog, the two men happen upon a castle undocumented on any map. Could this be the fabled Dracula's castle? Standing solemnly in the night, this forbidden castle welcomes its unexpected guests as the moonlight shines upon it. So I figured that's important to read, but the rest of the game, I'll probably only be reacting to what text says rather than reading it out loud. So I apologize to anybody who just listens on this one, but I'm trying to keep my throat from tearing itself apart. Because with this weather, the congestion is kind of killing me. Wounds are getting to him. We need to go do the thing. Okay. An important thing to note with this one relative to Circle of the Moon is we have a forward and a backward dash. That, as long as I remember I have that, I'll be making extensive use of, because I'm betting I'm going to need it. And the other thing to note is, for some reason, Just has this weird blue outline around him that I don't really know why. So a correction I need to make relative to Circle of the Moon as well is, this actually came after Circle. I thought this was the first one of the three. I have since been corrected. At least, I have seen corrections online. I'm assuming those corrections are right, but I cannot guarantee you anything one way or the other on that, without further research that I did not do. Bye, sucker. Now, of note, that file you saw that was at level 4, that's the only bit of the game I've really played, so gonna really be playing it by ear here. To the best of my knowledge, this one's not as hard as Circle was, so this shouldn't be bad. I just do remember a bit or two of this being hard on the eyes, so we're gonna want to watch out for that. One of these buttons is the correct one. There we go. We can still we'll hang the whip and swing it around. Still a trick we can do. No, we can't spin the whip like we used to, aside from doing it manually. I believe. No, we do not have a slide. I think we can get one, we just don't have it currently. I think that is the extent of our current moves, is the crazy dashing and some whip tricks. We don't even know how much damage things are taking or what they are yet. I will say, though, the jumping and everything feels a little bit better in this one. It's less stiff. Physics-wise, it's closer to Aria, which is where they got it right, for the most part, so that makes sense. I suppose that's where the physics for Aria got worked out, pretty much, is in this. That's not to say that the jumping and everything was bad in Circle. It was just a matter of it was stiff. It's less stiff now, which means improved. Now, I seem to recall that we have, in some ways, less options for things to use in this one. So I want to say that's why I never ended up actually picking this one up as much as the other two, is you have less to work with. It's closer to a regular Castlevania game, in terms of your tool set. Which is fine. Just a matter of it is a difference. You can even tell that they just cleaned up some of the sprites and such that were used in this game for Aria. Because we've definitely seen plenty of this damn Armor Knight. At least I definitely have. I know I haven't shown you guys Aria myself yet, but I'm sure plenty of people have played that. So I do have every intention of at least showcasing Aria of Sorrow at some point afterwards. It probably will be randomized rather than normal, though, just because of the fact that I have beaten that one already. And that'll be a way to keep it interesting for me, while keeping things weird and interesting for you guys as well. Okay, that's the map. So, I gotta say, this one's a weird visual downgrade in some ways. Like, some things are less detailed than they were in Circle, but in some ways it's better. I have a really hard time deciding how I feel about how this game looks. Because the backgrounds and such are very, very similar to how they end up being in Aria of Sorrow. Hi, Death. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I'm a Belmont. I mean, Death could be in a lot of places. He doesn't just hang out in Dracula's castle. He just mostly works there. And he's gone. As you know, he's Death. He can go wherever the fuck he wants. Okay, that's useful information. Sort of. Still getting used to the fact that I have that dash. And don't be surprised if I'm very bad about not using my sub-weapons, because again, not the way I'm as used to doing things. So it'll take me a bit to adapt to actually using them. And I know I will need to start using them a lot, because that's going to be one of the main mechanics coming up here. Because for all that this is mechanically and location blind, I do know how the majority of the game functions. Because I have seen this game played through once upon a time. It just is long enough ago that knowing where anything is and any of that is probably not gonna be a thing. But I also remember that the majority of how this game works is also pretty straightforward, so even if I didn't know it, it'd be easy enough to figure out. Yes. I have completed both Symphony of the Night and Aria of Sorrow. Aria of Sorrow being one of my favorite games. Though all three of the DS ones are also quite good. Dawn not hitting quite as well as Aria for me, but it was technically superior in a lot of ways. Yeah. I did not complete Symphony of the Night for a long time. Because in the times I was playing on PlayStation, I was spending more time with Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. Or back in those days. But I have since gone back and finished Symphony of the Night. And I have actually completed it randomized as well. Which that might be a thing I do at some point on the channel as well. I don't know if I'll do just a plain trip through Symphony of the Night, but a randomizer I might do. Might also do crowd control for it, because that could be interesting. Basically, anything that will add more than just the base game to it, I will consider doing for it. No matter how good a game is, I'm not usually one to replay a game just based on it being the same game. But that's just a personal thing, I think. It doesn't really say anything one way or the other about the quality of the game. Nice. You're making good progress quickly through that. I'm glad that recommendation's working out. Reminds me, I can use the Ice Book now, and that modifies the sub-weapons. Which, I like that idea in this game, because it keeps the standard Castlevania sub-weapons a little more interesting. Because as effective as a lot of them are, they were never that interesting, mechanically. So having elemental effects for them definitely he changes them up in a satisfying little bit. I can definitely see why people said that the music in this one was not as good. I can already hear that. Not that it's bad, it's just not up to the same amount that the other ones are. They definitely intend you to be using that dash a lot more than I am. Judging from the amount of damage I'm taking just kind of bumbling around. Definitely can't reach that right now. Well, there might be like some kind of janky speedrunning trick I could do, but I don't know how to do those. Kind of just blindly dashing sometimes just to get used to the idea that I should be dashing a lot more. Okay, good, I can duck under that. Oh, wow, that hurts. Oh, boy. Not a fan of that one. I have a sneaking suspicion I shouldn't be fighting you right now, good sir. When has that stopped me? Okay, there is a specific frame you can avoid that on, but not all of them. Got it. stuck on his sword is a problem. Please don't hit me. Damn it. So I guess it was a fluke that I didn't get hit by it the first time? Since every hit after that landed? Unfortunate. Well, this is off to a nastier start than I expected. Not surprising, but unpleasant. So, this was before I got the gem for the whip, I think. Yeah, okay. So we need to go back up here again. Okay, so we definitely do get a slide, because I see a spot I can only slide through. Got it. Got it. Oh, there we go, that'll help. Read them a fucking book. Keep reflexively trying to slide. But I can't do that. Kinda hang out there for a second. Okay. I'm just gonna play smarter now, after our experience with death. Which is gonna mean things are gonna go a little slower, but overall, it'll probably be faster, because I'm not going to be dying as much. Weird concept for me, I know, playing smart. But here we are. This is our life now. There's a boss door right over there, though. I should probably investigate. I'm just going to take a peek around the general vicinity and see if there's a save point next to it somewhere. Oh, that'll be handy. That probably is what tells me what things are. Any save points? And I guess there's a save point like 2 feet behind there, so there probably isn't going to be another one near there. And it is only the first boss of the game. It's probably not going to be that bad, right? Right? Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? I say fully expecting to have ruined myself. Okay, it's the traditional big bat. This is either gonna go great or terribly then. Okay, don't want ice on for this fight with this book. Because that works terribly for this. This, however, works a lot better. Oh no, the bat drill. Okay, so far this fight's not bad. Where's the catch? Ignoring the fact that it's the first boss, so there probably isn't much of a catch, but I'm still terrified that something stupid's gonna happen anyway. You know, as it does, pretty much. Oh! He pitched a no-hitter. We're fine.
Flawless victory.
O's. Ah. Remember to always use your dedicated pose button. Oh yeah, we could have just walked into that boss from the other side and been a lot closer to the save point. Well. I also can't help but notice that we really didn't get anything for that. That boss appears to have been completely pointless. Maybe it triggered something. Because it definitely didn't lead to loot like they usually do. Then again, I also came in it from a weird direction compared to normal for these two. So, hard to say. Still, better performance on that than I honestly expected, not knowing what I was getting into. And considering we got bodied by just a random armor in the damn field. Then again, it was just a bat. I'd be real worried if I got defeated by a bat. Heart increase again. Starting to get the hang of dodging with the dash. You'd think I would be more familiar with that. Yeah, I'm right there with you on that. Time's a weird fucking thing. I'm not gonna deal with him right now. Considering how it went last time, I'm just not gonna deal with him right now. I swear to God, if I get killed by Fleamen, I'm gonna be so angry. Christ. I also don't even need to go up there. So unless I was stupid and didn't... How much of a bet I was supposed to just go straight forward and I decided to go up and over like a fool? Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. If they give me a path I can take, I'm gonna take it. Especially since nothing in here is unreasonable aside from that one armor. And even he's not that bad, I just didn't handle it well. Yeah, this is the right track. Don't want holy water. When you consider the fact that I would have been, I think, like 11 when this came out. Means I'm not that old, but I ain't a young man anymore. Not by a long shot. Monster Tome. Assume that is the equivalent of a bestiary here. I have a tendency to go wherever it doesn't look like I should be going. Like, I have had numerous times where, or in a game, people will tell me, don't go that way until later. And I immediately go, well, I'm gonna go find out what's over there then, now that you told me not to do that. Because, you know, you hear something like that and you get curious why it's so bad over there. And man alive, does it go poorly. Boost has a hell of a jump on him, though. He can go fucking high. I've already figured out one bit of shenanigans here. Your whip actually gets slightly longer for like a frame when you let it hang. That's why you'll see it make contact sometimes after it goes to full extension, because it just pops like a frame forward. Help me out here, buddy. Come on, you need to work with me on this idea. Nope, okay, that doesn't work. I think if I got the frame just right, I might have been able to land up there off the knockback. But I would have had to have been at the right distance. And I wasn't quite there, which is fine. I'm getting the impression I'm not supposed to be over here right now, considering there's a lot of things I can't reach. Taking this, goodbye. It is nice that they maintain the fact that those pillars can be platforms. And a prism. Have. Pull it with the rocks, buddy. You have nowhere you can send me that's good, so don't do it. Alright, this is where the journal was. For some reason I misread the pathing there. Okay, now the path I wanted should be over here. I'm trying to just line by line figure this out rather than pell-mell completely. Yeah, fancy cape, that'll probably be useful for something. Like that, but there's not really much of a way I'm gonna get that unless I let myself get comboed up there. And that might not work out. It would help if I put all these things on that I had. What a silly idea that would be. Actually using my equipment. What a world. Alright, Sonic. Cool. This, I think, is one of the doors I can't open. Yeah, that door's locked. Locked, jammed, stuck. You know, it works. Okay, starting to get a handle on how Eustair moves. Now we're in the Shrine of the Apostates. No, this does look like the only real way to go. Wait a minute. Enjoying these homing knives, so I'll keep them for the time being. Would you just roll off the cliff, buddy? Would you just do that for me? Then you're gonna just burn to death? That's fine. Get rid of that one. He's in an awkward spot. Hi. Didn't I deal with enough lizard men in Alundra? Come on now. While lizard men are one of my preferred fantasy races, that doesn't mean I want to see them everywhere I go. I need to remember that those spell knives aren't as finite a resource as my brain wants to convince me they are, so I should just be using them. Since hearts are pretty plentiful and so is my MP. Remember, this isn't a directional dash. I have to hit the specific shoulder button for the direction I want to go. I very nearly tapped left and charged straight into that guy. Only presence of mind kept me from doing something that stupid. Oh, joy, it's you again. But in a better position to fight him at the very least. No, debatably better. I jumped too early and paid for very dearly. Yeah, you know, better position to fight him, I say. Totally goes great, I say. One of these days I'll learn. Energy circle. Which I assume, yep, is another one of these. Holding the attack button causes the whip to swing around. Okay. So it becomes like the Circle of Moon whip, where it just automatically spins. Sure, we'll use that for now. He didn't come back. Joyous day. If he respawned immediately, I was gonna be so upset. So I think we've determined a weakness for these lizard men already, because the energy circle takes him down in 2, even though it lowered my strength. That is assuming that the... Wait, no, that took 3. There might be some variation. Since we can't see damage numbers yet, or potentially at all. It's hard to tell. It might have been, yeah. Because it definitely felt like it took more than it should have. So 4 would make sense. Some of them might have still been 3, and now it's down to 2 or 3. Which which is still an improvement one way or the other. It'd also help if I remembered that I can spam the whip better than I think I can. I'm not... A lot of the time I wasn't just mashing the button, I was actually swinging when I expected to be able to swing. But I might be crazy, but I think that is actually slightly faster too, because it's not trying to default to the hang every time. Okay, that was suspicious, but there's nothing there. My money. I know, you want to rock my world. I think that took less hits, too. Ooh, a cross. Yes. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I accept. Only be one dragon in this world. Get out of here. Okay, so the rainbow bottles are life max. Got it. So we already knew what the heart max looked like. That basically could have only been MP or HP. Okay, so now we're in here. I think I made the right choice going up first, because going into this section with the lizardmen and everything first probably would have sucked a bit. Dude, you're all fucked up. Why the hell are you in here? You should just stay outside. Ah yes, the standard split up and search for clues plan. Never goes wrong. Never at all. That sure is a run cycle he's got. And that explains why there was a save point there, because there's a boss door here. Hey, buddy. Have fun with my weird fucking star thing that flies around and shoots at you. I was going to say triangle, and I have no idea why. It is composed of multiple triangles, but still. God damn it. No hit fight ruined by me walking into the sword. Good job, Brain. Impatience strikes again. I hate being right. There we go. And now we have the Lizard Tail, which, considering the Lizard Tail's shown up in other games, yep, it's the slide. Okay, very good. You know what? I like that logic. Only I can hit me. He's not allowed to hit me. Oh, I saw that peeping eye popping up. I'll try it. I'll probably regret not having the cross anymore, but it is what it is. Soul Orb? Oh, okay. Now we have damage numbers. Quick bit of science, then. These guys are showing up with yellow numbers right now. Still yellow numbers, but it is a higher number with them. So that matches the increased strength. No? I was curious to see if the damage number was going to change color based on damage type. That was a nice thing to just quickly verify. Okay, and there are critical hits in this game, as we just saw one. So that confirms that information. Which, that's probably where the outlier for the couple of lizardmen that died in 2 hits came from. Can't do anything from that yet. We do know where we need to go, of course, because we saw that spot we can slide through. It always pays to poke your entire surroundings, just to make sure that there's nothing else. Because you never know when they're going to hide some odds and ends in random places. After all, we wouldn't have had that health extension. Not as of yet, because I still need to talk to my collab partner. And I forgot to do so because she was busy, then I was busy. And things just keep happening. I did touch base with the one who's having the celebration, and he's fine with anybody streaming any part of it that they want. Because, you know, politeness sake, want to make sure that nobody has any issues with that idea. Since it's their event. And I did find out that their current planned time, at the very least, somewhat conflicts with my normal time. So, it's still a little up in the air. As the current idea stands, there's guaranteed to be a stream on Friday still, it's just a matter of what the content will end up being. And I may just simply do the collab as normal for part of the day and then go join them after. Because I don't know what order he's planning on doing the different events in his celebration stream anyway. And only some of the things he's planning on doing are things I would actually join him for. So, it works out. So I know he mentioned he wanted to do some Fall Guys, which is what I would join him for. Fortnite was brought up, which I have no interest in participating in, but I would probably be making a nuisance of myself in the chat for. And I think Phasmophobia might have gotten brought up or something along those lines. And that, of course, I also had no interest in, really. So it really depends on when the Fall Guys section is going to come up. Which I don't know if there's actually going to be a plan there, so Friday might just get interesting. Right, that was the locked door, not the slide path. Yeah, since the event's been announced, I'll just explain what I'm thinking. Straight up. The celebration in question is Nimble Squid's 500 follower event that he was planning to do. He hit 500 a while ago, but he kept having scheduling conflicts. So it ended up working out as this Friday. He's been a good friend to me and the channel, so I want to help him out as much as I can. Which, if I had not kept forgetting to set up shoutouts on the channel, I would put a shoutout down for him. I am a terrible mess when it comes to actually remembering to set up commands. And since this is a one-man show here, that means I have to get around to doing it eventually. Well, technically I don't have to, but if I want to make use of that feature, I kinda have to. Which, you know, as the whole fair play idea works out, I kinda want to support those who have been good to me, because that's how being a decent, fair human being works. I need to go the other way, but the save point's up there, so let's go up there and save, just to make sure I don't somehow lose everything again. So I will say an easy way to find any of the people I would actually recommend, which are mostly people I have met. Actually, yeah, it is literally all people I've met through streaming that have been fantastic people. Whenever I'm offline, just look down at the bottom at what I have listed for the auto-host recommended list. I highly recommend every single one of those. I know some people just put things there to put them there, but I stand by every single person I put on that list. Rather than dealing with this guy, I'm just gonna punch through him and be disappointed by the locked door. I guess the side path was up there then? I thought it was this door. Oh, that's problematic. Either way, passing through, goodbye. No need to fucking deal with him if I don't have to. Oh good, these knights drop potions. That's gonna be useful. Especially if I get my head cracked in by goddamn flea men again. Yeah, as you probably have noticed, things are very bare bones around here because I just kind of threw things together. Let me put this pillow back in place because this chair is starting to suck. There we go. This is what you get for buying a cheap chair and having it for over a year. It starts just to fall apart. You become incredibly unreliable. Men. No, I have a slide again now. I really should be using it to deal with that problem. You know, hindsight being 2020 once again, we literally walked over to where I needed to go, saved, and then walked away. This is a great sign for how this is gonna go. Does mean that I don't need... Well... Bye, fists. Firebolt. Okay, but that's also not where I needed to go. So either I need to go to that upper left corner, or I need to go into that hole in the middle then. Those are the only places left. That said, I am pleased to get the fire book. I like fire. We're maxed out on hearts. Let's save having gone through all that stupidity. I remember one of these games having a breakable wall in one of these save rooms as well. I think it was this one. Oh, that might have happened multiple times actually. Either way. Okay, we've got fire tornadoes now. That seems useful. Yeah, we might be intended to just go down here, because this looks like it leads somewhere. Okay, yeah, this is another place that would have been accessible immediately. So far. Room of Illusion. Wait, isn't this the place with the room that is super trippy and murders the bitrate? Well, it looks like it's one of them. I have vivid memories of a room that's like all weird fucking moving green textures and shit in this game. This one doesn't seem like it's as bad. Yep, this room! Goodbye, bitrate. No one liked you anyway. I would highly advise not looking at the walls too closely while we're in this section, because it's probably gonna make you unhappy. Let's see where this warp takes us, since we can take these warps without actually having the access. To the other end. Okay, now we're in the castle treasury. Which I probably should have went to the other part of the illusion section first, but it's not stopping me yet, so I'm just gonna keep going. It has neither put a wall in front of me nor murdered me, so probably fine. That looks safe. Oh, neat! Crystals. But for being the treasury, you wouldn't expect the crystals to look so natural on that wall there. Okay, the Fire Fist move's interesting. Seems to do quite a lot of good work. We'll keep that for now. Well, the Fire Tornado was also quite helpful. I assume, yep, the casual wear is worthless. The summer clothes is better for Int. I'm absolutely gonna put the Lucky Charm on, because anybody who knows me knows that I will go for luck in these games overall, for the most part. As long as I'm not actively dying. If I'm actively dying, I won't be full stupid about luck. One sec. I don't like to keep people waiting too long as far as messages go. especially when I'm not so busy that I can't respond to it. Because it's not fair to them to keep them waiting. And if there's one thing I strive for, it's being fair. That did not look like a cloth tunic, but okay, game. That really looked like it's just a breastplate or something. But I guess it could have been a gray shirt. I don't know. I'm going to once again assume... What? So you're trying to tell me, someone who understands how materials work, that a cloth tunic is stronger than leather armor? That's gotta be some seriously thick cloth. Or it's a localization fuckery. One or the other. Got some rubber armor. So that's worse than the cloth tunic as well. If there's resistances, like as a hidden stat or something, I wouldn't be surprised if that makes you a little more resistant to electricity because it's rubber. But... And I found a chair. Wait, are we doing the chair thing again? Is that a thing that's happening? Yeah, I guess we're collecting chairs now instead of just sitting in them. Because for those that were here for the Curse of Darkness streams, you'll remember that we collected chairs in that one by sitting in them, and they were all then put in a room afterwards. To keep track of what chairs you sat in or not. And I believe Symphony had some weird thing involving chairs as well. And a couple of the other games as well. There was just this weird fixation with chairs, and I don't entirely understand it. I think at some point it did get explained, I just don't remember. Ribs, as they're labeled here, but they have the same model as skeleton boomerangs, so I'm going to end up calling them that. Okay, we got another area change here. What area is this? Skeleton cave. Okay. It would be nice if these were color-coded like they are in some of them, but I'm not surprised that they aren't. That was certainly a move. Okay, I guess it's just furniture in general this time, because now I found a side table. I can hit this. Why can I hit this? What does that mean? Ah. The goal was not to break it, but to push it. Push it to the limit. You gotta remember, this game doesn't seem to have the trick where if you jump, you can attack again when you hit the ground. Which makes sense because the whip games tended not to have that, whereas the ones with multiple weapon types tended to have that feature. Now, I don't know if it was necessarily an intended feature or if it was a bug-turned feature, but 6 of one, half dozen of the other in terms of the way it works for the player. Now we've got a stuffed stag. A lot of collectible crap just laying about. Oh boy. That is a big blade. Which I'm not gonna lie, my eyes did not process it until it hit me in the face. Yeah, of course I'm here. Why is your portrait all red and scary now? Well, that explains that. He's going nutty. Things are getting weird. Oh good, we got red skeletons again, huh? The ever unkillable and annoying red skeletons. This is one of those handful of save points with 2 doors. Just carry on. Monkeys. Monkey. Got the big mace boards again. Thankfully they're real slow. Oh, it's Buster. Is this me fighting Maxim immediately? Hard to know. There's a what? And that's a box. It's a box full of bad. Okay. This is certainly a thing. Okay, that's a platform for him too. Good to know. So far his pattern's a bit of a joke. I'm a little confused. Okay. He doesn't have a weapon anymore, but ooh boy. He fast now. I'm gonna go up here then. So he is the weapon now, which is concerning. He also doesn't have a range limit on that move. He just goes. surprised if that's the only hit he gets on me at this rate, though. Unless he gets another phase with another move. That move's a little slow, but now that I understand it. Yep, shield's gone now. I'd rather take the hit from bouncing off him than eat that laser. That's for sure. Yeah, that's right, jump into the fire. Okay, this is the first boss I'm gonna have to heal on. That's okay. I don't know if I have to heal, but it's wiser. Okay, your strategy of standing on my head is getting upsetting, my dude. Knock it off. As is typical for me, contact damage is proving to be the bane of my existence. Right up there with my own stubbornness, potentially killing me here. I wonder how much health this guy has. Because you would think he'd be about dead now. Are you fucking kidding me, damn? You're just gonna have him stand on my head in the corner? Right now? I see how it is. Fuck you. You ain't getting away with that shit. Sylph Feather. Double jump, okay. That'll get us into that one place upstairs we saw. As well as probably into everywhere. So have I just been happening to go the right way this whole time so far? Because we've had a lot of options for paths in a couple places here. And I just seem to be bumbling in the correct direction. Alright, Donkey Kong. Okay, now we're up here. Actually, we haven't tried Fire Axe yet. We'll give that a go. See what that does. I like that room. Let's try this room. Okay, fire dragons. You know what? I can work with that. Interesting. Unsure why random dresser, but okay. That certainly is a thing that exists. Oh, hell no. I do not like this room. No, 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 no. No more of that. No more death pinball room. That's what I think of your death pinball. Is it my imagination, or are my enchanted item attacks not actually taking hearts? They're just taking MP. I haven't really been looking at that as much as I should have been. But every time I've looked up, we've had full hearts. So either there's just a lot of hearts flying around, or it's not been costing me anything. And I genuinely can't tell which. Making up for all those misses with fucking comboing my ass. Knock it off, you. Knock it off. It's only cute when I do it. Well, that didn't work. Huh. So we loop back around to this, but we can't get through here. So that's interesting. So, aside... Oh wait, no, we didn't quite loop back to the same room. That's two ends of the same place, though. I was about to say it would be useless to go back there at any point then, since we've seen both sides of the door. But we probably need to get into that section at some point. So I'll need to keep a mental note that wall exists. Which I'll probably remember the top half just fine, since we saw it early enough on. Bottom half I might forget. Mostly because I don't want to have to go back through down here again just to get to that. Not that this part's been that bad, but it's just been kind of annoying to navigate with all these monkeys. Looks like we're going to be going forward to the right. Yes, I can what, Redmond? Yes, I can get through there, or... I don't recall pondering anything else I could do other than getting through that. But my brain's not been entirely with me today. Oh wait, you're probably replying to the title, aren't you? I forgot what I put as my own goddamn title, because I'm doing a great job of thinking today. If so, I appreciate the words of affirmation on that, whether I believe them or not. I know in theory this game's short enough I could do it in one sitting. Reality will be what it'll be. Aha, there's a room behind there, is there? Only for him. Well, isn't that nice for him? He gets his own little room. I suppose at the rate I'm covering map, it has only been an hour. It might be quicker than I thought. Depends on if we actually get stuck at any point, which can easily happen. Down here now. That's fine. go, another nice little boost. So if my theory is correct that these don't cost hearts... Yep. The spells only cost mana, they don't actually cost any of the hearts. That'll be important to remember for tougher boss fights, probably, is I can throw all of the spells and then switch to using them just plain. Boing. Just bounce off that tail alone. Which I'll bet I could just slide under that thing and I'm just doing the stupid answer the whole time. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Let me guess, I need to push him into this wall and break it, don't I? Or something equally nonsensical. Yep, I can slide under them. Back that up, spider. Back it up. Okay, no, he just explodes. Well, that's unfortunate. So I guess we're not getting anywhere over here. Judging from the fact that there is a door on the map, we can break that, we just can't break it right now. Good to know, good to know. I'm just gonna drop a safety heal. Last thing I need is to die without having been near a save point for the last, like, 10 minutes. Let's see. I guess we're going back up and making use of our newfound double jumping powers to get around to new places. Which, let me tell you, it already feels a lot better moving around with a double jump than it did with a regular jump. I took a wrong turn, as usual. Speed drain. Okay, he backs up no matter how you hit him. So we'll just push him through the hole like that and get past him. I could have went under him, but MP is a infinite resource, so I may as well just bump him out of the way with that and save myself the effort. He's gonna throw his head at me. Let's use the noggin. I'm kind of liking the fire dragons, so I'll keep those. At least for now. Until I see a cross again, I probably will take the cross anytime I see it. Just because it's a cross. Crosses are real strong in Castlevania games. That's just how things work. Interesting that the ribs drop uncurse potions. I don't think they do curse. They're family friendly that way. I found another cutscene. Oh right, this is probably where all the collectible crap goes. Yep, there's our deer head and our chairs. Even though we only found one chair. If I remember where this is, I might come back here when we have finished the game and see what our collection ends up looking like. Is as per usual for me, this is not going to be a 100% trip. If it ends up being 100%, great. If not, oh well. I'd rather leave that for other people to figure out. I did not mean to press up when I did that, but we're here. The bats are dead. Everything's fine. It all worked out in the end. That one gets to live on to tell the story. That out. Grab these things. Carry on. Hello, witch. Goodbye, witch. She got so tiny. That was overkill. But I don't like those things because they wobble around real weird and just are a nuisance. And again, I suppose I could have just stood there and did that. Yeah, that's probably the better way of handling those. Less wasteful. Again, not that it matters because mana's infinite, but, you know. Sage statue for that room we're never gonna see again. Mana restorative. Concerning that those look like pills, but you know, if you can't keep the bar up, you gotta get some pills. Glad those things don't block your path the whole time they're dying, because they take a long time about dying. Okay, that leads to the same place. It is interesting that you can keep hitting them as they're dying, though. Okay, so this whole path was pointless. I got my damages repaid by getting the potion, but that wasn't really the point. Right, we're up here, okay? Did I see a door over there, or was there not? Oh wait, that was the one that was blocked off by the pillar that we can't move yet. Right. I promise I'm paying attention. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Oh, good. The weird scarecrows are here. Boss door. Right. Let's go touch that save point again after going to the left first. Then we'll deal with that boss. I'm sure one of these bosses is going to be a huge issue. There always is at least one. It's quite alright. What'd you end up making? Food's important. What's this do? Neat. We'll give that a shot. If you need me to repeat the answer to your question, I will answer that again. I don't mind. this goes a lot further along than I thought it would. I'm not sure what that box is for. This might be for if you went this way before we went to get the feather. So you can get a... No, it's for the button. Okay. Gotta push it all the way down. Got it. When in doubt, explore first, figure out what it's for, and then start nudging boxes around. Pushing box around. And there's a health extension behind door number button. Oh, we found a merchant. That's always a good question. Why the hell are they running a business here? It's the entrepreneur spirit for you. It's like, well, I'm stuck here. May as well try to sell shit to people. There's gotta be somebody I can sell stuff to over here, right? Okay, so he'll buy gems. Also, I now figured out what is tripping my vision out so bad. I never turned off my preview on the other monitor. So I was just seeing things changing constantly out of the corner of my eye, and that's what was fucking with me. I knew something was weird, and I could just barely see it over here the whole time, and I'm like, what am I seeing? Let's see, the plate mail would actually be a downgrade, which is weird, but we'll roll with it. The Saleh would actually be useful, so we'll go ahead and take that. I say it'd be weird that it is weaker because I'm wearing a cloth tunic still. You would think plate armor would, you know, be an upgrade. But no. Go ahead and upgrade my gloves to leather gauntlets. Yeah. There we go, more defense. Altogether, though, that shop really wasn't worth the side path it took to get here. But, well, we got there. And that little bit of extra defense might come in handy someday. If we don't immediately replace it. Everything is awful. I am pink now. That's where the claw store is. I could have cured the poison, but I wanted to see how long poison lasts in this game. And there's a save point right above my head. Which I was guaranteed to be going back to the save point before fighting that boss, whatever it is. Just to be on the safe side either way. We have been on the other side of the save point. Yes, okay. We came in from the left. Yeah, we have been up there. Is the top room on the left there was blocked off by that stone door. Let's see what newfound ability we get from this boss, if we get anything. Since some of these bosses have been pointless. Oh, it's Clayface, okay. This ought to be fun. My, that's a big hand you got there. Yep, he's coming to pieces. Assuming I'm gonna need to hit that. Interesting. Okay, that's certainly a move. Just vomits at it, you know? I feel kind of offended. Come here, big guy. Yeah, you're gonna spew again. And there we go. Another boss disposed of. Beat the color out of him. And this was another boss that just leads to a place. Sad days. Elevator? Okay. Huh. Well, that's one way to make an elevator. Bet some one of these spikes would kill me. And I can't shortcut any higher than this. Oh, maybe I can make that jump. I don't know. Nope. Oh, there we go. Speedrun strats. Who needs an elevator when I can climb? Of course, now I'm not going to be allowed to get up through the door till the elevator gets up here, it seems. I wonder if the elevator will keep going with me not on it. That might be a problem. Nope, there it is. And that was all blood. What do you know? Yellowstone. We have an entire national park in our pocket. See, I feel like there'd be a hidden wall behind one of these. Apparently there isn't. Which is mildly disappointing. Feels like just the right kind of cheeky shit they'd try to pull. Nope, nothing behind any of that. Disappointing. There is that whole other side there, but nothing I hit led over there, so who knows. It might have been one of the ones I skipped on the way down. But I guess this whole side path on the right here was just for the yellow stone, which we don't need to have, but probably be helpful to have a stronger whip upgrade. But I wouldn't be surprised if there are certain enemies that the fire one's gonna still be better for, even though it's got lower strength. We can't go up there, so I'm not gonna waste my time climbing the rest of the way up there yet. I am gonna try to go for 8 today. I assume 8 hours will be enough to do this, if it's gonna be possible for me to do this in one sitting. If I end up getting too wore out before we get to the end, so be it, we'll finish it tomorrow. But the goal is to go long and get it done. Of course, if I get it done today, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do tomorrow, but we'll figure something out. There's no shortage of games in this world. Okay, so that's how that works. Interesting. Congalina Axon was down here. Can't break that. Down to hope. Okay, there's a thing. I want the thing. Apparently actually leads somewhere, which is mildly surprising. So, level up. Okay, that worked out in the end. I got a little worried when it was just kind of floating out of the angle. Oh. Okay. This might lead somewhere useful. First, what does this mirror thing do? Increases resistance to poison. Well, that would have been good before, but I don't think we need that now. If we start seeing a lot of poison enemies again, I'll equip it. Now, where are we? Here. Okay. Make up your mind. Yep, Simon's Quest. It's not really how that worked. Well, we don't know that. Yeah. That's a good point, yeah. You should probably apologize to the one that got kidnapped for your stupid shenanigans. E.T.'s balloon. Okay, that's a dead end for now. Presumably. Okay, it's a balloon of balloons. Got it. Well, that's a Chapel of Dissonance. Okay. Can't use my menu till that gets off screen. So we're just kind of standing there poisoned and upset. How is everybody doing today, anyway? I have not asked yet today. Just kind of going through with this. My ankles. Just double checking to make sure things were running properly. It looked good. I did not actually see if I dropped any frames. No. Okay. I was a little worried that I had at some point today. I gotta say, I can't really find much objectively wrong with the music in this game, but I do find myself tuning it out more than most Castlevania games. Like, it's just not really much a thing there, rather than it being bad. It's just kind of not much. Like, I think it just kind of falls under the misfortune of being kind of forgettable. Nope, I can't bounce high enough off that guy to get up there. We need something else to get to that. But, you know, I knew theoretically we were supposed to have a different item to get up there, but I wanted to try. Because it would have been funny. But here we are anyway. If I keep finding more of these health extensions, I don't think we'll have much trouble. Okay, that's locked with magic, which invariably we were going to run into something we couldn't open with how it was just kind of charging forward wildly. And this definitely looks like an area I'm not supposed to be in till much later. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that chapel door leads to the end of the game or something. These guys really love shooting me in the ankles, and I don't appreciate it. Okay, there's a boss door there, so that should lead to something productive. Oh joy, I got poisoned for a gold trinket. That was worth it. Okay, it's mirror got me a silver trinket. Hooray! Which I'm assuming based on the coloration and everything is a better potion. You'll also notice that the Emerald Cape has turned our shadow clone behind us green, which is certainly a thing. We have not found a save point in this entire area. I was debating healing and just dealing with the boss, but I'm betting there'll be a save point like down here or something. Yep, there it is. Once you've played enough of these, you tend to know that there's gonna be a save point near a boss room every time. There are a couple exceptions to that. There have been a couple times where there's not a save point in the same general area, but there's always one in the same actual, like, named zone. It just may not always be close. But 90% of the time, they are very, very close. Because they want you to have a rough time, but they don't want you to, like, spend all day backtracking to the thing that killed you. Hi. He is a devil. Oh great, you have Curse. Joyous day. Not surprising, considering it's a devil, but I am unhappy. Quit firing your laser. Oh, come on. Keeping the trend alive of me hurting myself more than the boss manages to hurt me. God damn it. I'm not sure how that punch didn't hit me, but I'll take it. Seems like his fire is what has the curse on it as well. Which is good info to have. Out here with your emergency broadcast system lasers. Okay, I stand corrected. He does curse just on his own. I walked into his knee and got cursed. And we're out of uncursed potions, which is unfortunate. Thankfully, our base movement is still enough to avoid some of his nonsense. I just gotta be a bit more careful, as I immediately run into his shit. Oh, he has definitely taken the top position of bosses that have hurt me. Jesus. Okay. He's got a lot of health. Why are your knees so strong, Mr. Devil? Jesus. Strongest knees in the damn universe. And he's dead. We have not lost to any of these bosses yet, and I don't intend to make a habit of that happening. But man, that one would have been bad if I hadn't been stocked up on healing. Good. Night goggles. So far we still have only died to one regular enemy and nothing else. That gives me a little bit of luck. And I don't know if the seeing in the dark thing it's talking about is meaningful or not. We'll worry about that if we actually find a place that's dark. Of course, there's always a clock tower. Ow. Rude. Just harpy from off the top of the screen. Okay, this track's getting places. That gets us a bit more defense, which, at the rate we're taking damage from things, we're going to need. So I'm not really sure how to avoid these harpies properly yet. But they definitely seem like they're an issue. Okay, this is certainly a thing. Okay, so that got us this section that we're over in here. And since that's map 3, we missed map 2 somewhere, presumably. Probably like up there, or over in that other section we could have jumped to earlier, when we gained double jump but didn't go back for. I thought I landed on that. Well. So only the very center of this thing counts. And it is a squirrely one. You know what? I got healing items. I'm not messing around with this whole fucking nonsense if I can help it. Of course, now I start making the jumps now that I'm like, nope, I don't care. Just immediately land every jump. Can't say I'm surprised. I can say I'm disappointed. Okay, this is a dead end for now. Which is very unfortunate considering what I went through to get there, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, this is the right way to go. Plus or minus the harpies being an issue again. Skarmer's just letting all his trauma off his chest, and I'm not here to handle that. Okay, there's a thing up there that I want. Man, they really want me to fight for it. Missed me. The harpies are mostly a problem just when they come at you from above or below. Especially when they do it from off-screen. Okay, that's what I was expecting. That's a big armor increase. So we just missed an armor somewhere, and that's why we were taking so much damage in here. We might not even necessarily be supposed to be on this side of the castle at this exact moment. But as we've already seen, when has that stopped me? This almost seems like something I should break, but I can't seem to be able to do that. So, probably just overthinking things. I am very glad we have double jump for the clock tower section, though. Because I could see this really sucking if you couldn't double jump. Ooh. Hint card 4. Hint card for what? Some spells can be cast multiple times. Thanks? I mean, I guess that's useful information, but I don't really know why they have a hint card for that. I'm not sure if I missed that door here or not. And I'm also not sure if my cursor's actually showing on this screen or not. Yes it is. Yeah, this room right here is what I'm thinking about going to. Because I think we literally just missed it. So we may as well go look at that before we leave this area. Yeah, we just didn't go in here. Okay. sword level 2. That implies that there's a level 1 and potentially a higher level 1 as well. Not much of a ruler without your subject, are you? Really hoping to find a save point somewhere near here. Not really having a lot of luck with that idea. There it is. Of course, I start doubting and there it is. And there's a boss door. Let's go. God damn it. Fucking harpies. Everybody, out of my face. He's a slime. He's a really big slime. Max Slimer. God damn it! I couldn't get control of the character back in time. I knew I was taking a risk by just hammering away at him, but I thought I could get away with it. Oh well. First death to a boss being me being stupid really sounds about par for the course. We can absolutely beat this, though. This is not actually a threat. I just did something boneheaded and got myself killed. That death was literally just a miscalculation of how much health he had. That was like, wow, I'm doing a lot of damage to him. I probably can just kill him. And then lo and behold, I just got wrecked immediately. There's something funny about a giant slime being the first boss I actually used both spells and the sub-weapons for. Not even the devil I was fighting. Since that was actually causing me some issues too. Yeah, it was just the stupid slime. And the slime, of course, is also the only one that's managed to kill me. It's always the way. Alphys is over there. We'll deal with him in a minute. Hi, Death. Yes. Right, that did happen. That tends to be how this works. Yeah, the castle tends to be attached to whoever ends up summoning it, whether they're willing to have done it or not. I mean, it explains his behavior earlier, so really it all just fits together. I mean, I do now. Don't you slam that door in my face. That's a lot of doors, Jesus. Yeah, now we're in the other castle. As you can see, only some of the areas change. It looks like that bottom area is the same no matter which world we're in. Oh wait, no, that's Castle A and B. Okay, so that bottom area exists in both. Okay. So the total of the two castles is already 63% done. But we've got a ways to go in both the other two. Both the actual sections themselves. So I assume the percentage is going to eventually come up to 200%. Means we're like kind of a third of the way. There's probably more I should do in the A side, but we're in the B side at the moment, so we may as well look around a bit. Jump over me. I don't feel like dealing with fast boys right now. It is interesting how over here in the B side, stuff's not as dangerous in some of these places. Like, there's no harpies right now or anything. There's just peeping eyes. For some reason. Not really sure why they're here. Considering they're a non-threat. Not gonna argue, though. I'd rather deal with a peeping eye over a harpy any day. Okay, we got a bashy hammer. Does a thing. Hey you, come here. Come here. It's gonna be great. Don't worry, nothing bad's gonna happen. Promise. You trust me, don't you? Nothing bad's gonna happen. You're not gonna get hit in the face with a hammer or anything. That probably opens the doorway there in the other world as well. I assume since these castles are connected that most things like that we do here is gonna affect the other one too. I think I'm picking up what they're putting down. I assume that exists in the other world, and I'm supposed to pick it up there. And that'll do something. Pinball! I assume I'm gonna need to keep this thing on screen, so let's just chase it. As it just kind of weeble wobbles down the hole instead of rolling. I think we lost it. Well, let's follow this path to the end and see if something still happens. But I'm assuming going off screen... No. I don't actually need to catch up to it at all. That's good news, at least, because in sections like this, it would be above my head, so it'd be impossible. Just not even bothering with these flea men. Oh, I was supposed to race it and go into that gap before it got there. Got it. And then we'd get that heart choker thing and the armor and everything. Let's go do that again, then. If it'll let me. I don't know if that resets or not. It does. Okay. Well, now that we know where we're going on that, we'll just zoom. We don't need to keep that thing on screen or anything. Zoom. Go. These vertical parts are where it's going to have an advantage because we can't fall any faster. Gotta go right now. Gotta go real fast. Gotta go. I'm betting these times where it's off screen, it probably rubber bands like a son of a bitch. Looks like we beat it handily. Do we get the healing mail and the heart choker? That healing mail is probably going to be really helpful. Less armor, but I'm assuming it does exactly what it says on the tin, and it just straight up heals me forever. Increases appearance rate of big hearts. Okay, don't really need that. How slow is this healing? Okay. That's not terrible. I'll probably keep that around and just use it to top off my health when we're in a really bad spot. But typically keep the scale mail on. Now, before we go too much further along, though, I'm going to pop off to the restroom for a moment. So I will just quickly flick us to intermission. Yeah, no, I understand completely, Zeno, you're fine. But as I was saying, I'm going to flick to intermission to hit the restroom right quick. I'm going to throw up an ad, and I will be right back.
Beep, beep.
And we're back. Like I said, wasn't gonna take long. But how did your art end up going, Zeno? assuming people can hear me, because I assume the ad would have finished running in the time it took me to walk out there and come back. Okay. Progress is progress. I do need to go down here because there's a door down there. We'll go check the door. Zoom, zoom. Ah. Yeah, that's no... Oh, good. What part about them broke, though? Because it might still at least be fixable. Okay. I would figure in some... Well, yeah. I wasn't thinking like duct tape, I was thinking like take some wire off like a old spiral notebook or something and wire it back together that way. That way it's not super visible. You'd have to do it pretty tight in order to keep it from wiggling much, but it would, in theory, be doable. And of course, it wouldn't be aesthetically pleasing, but you don't need to worry about people seeing you, so not really an issue. 10 luck in exchange for 5 defense. That's worth it. And yeah, new glasses would be better, but new glasses also cost money. Okay, so you may need a new prescription entirely by this point. I mean, we all are. We can't really avoid the whole old time going forward thing. I mean, some would say that's the price of what we do, too. We're just gonna slowly burn our eyes out staring at these screens all the time. Yeah. And I seem to recall something about if you use the wrong prescription too long, it will also make your eyes worse. Well, yeah. Sometimes you don't have much of a choice, at least for a while. But I don't know if you did it long enough that it would actually be that real a problem. But I'm also not a doctor of eyes or anything else. I'm taking this. Goodbye. Yeah. Nor should you have to, honestly. Let them be stupid off in their own corner and just do your best to stay out of it. We did save recently enough, it'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. Why is the keeping eye in here? That seems odd. Yep, there it is. There's the real boss, the peeping big. You of many eyes. And much fucking rebound, apparently. Okay. Gotta keep that in mind as I say as I hit it again. Boing, 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 boing. I don't have any regular potions, so I'll wait at least another hit, and then I'll heal. If I even get hit again. Which, now that I understand him, I might not. I sit fully expecting to sabotage myself with that. Okay then. You just started having a fit over there. You just do you over there, buddy. I'm just gonna stand very far away and throw things at you. Okay, now I don't have any hearts left, so I may as well just leave the spellbook on. And the fight's over. There we go. Easily done. It's just raining eyes. There we go. Life max up. And another boss that doesn't directly lead to a reward. Disappointing. And just spits me out over here. Ow. Cloak? Okay, that sounds like it could potentially be a very useful thing. What does it do? It has a high resistance to wind. Hooray. Don't really know what I was expecting. Down there. I assume that's another accessory item. Raises my strength. Am I willing to trade defense for attack? I'm not willing to trade my luck down for my attack. Not with the amount of luck I'd lose. But with the amount of defense I'd lose, I'm also not that big a fan of that. Like 3 strength ain't enough to convince me. Not in this game. Some games, that's a huge amount, and I would absolutely take that. This, I'm not so convinced it's a huge amount in. But we can tell that there's a save point to my left there because it's a room by itself. So I may as well go to the left first, since we have a safety net over there. At the rate things are dealing damage to me, a safety net was actually really helpful. I stand corrected. There is no safety here. There is only boss. How confident do I feel right now? Got 3 mana prisms to recharge my mana with. I've got 1 high potion that's basically a full heal at my current health. 2 elixirs which are absolutely a full heal. And I can get back to full health at the very least with the healing mail before we go in. So I could go back to that save point over there, or I could check down below for a save point. Thing is, I almost feel like we're supposed to have come in from the other side for that boss fight, considering the room underneath it's obviously a save point. Considering I died to a stupid slime so far, and I've died to a regular enemy other than any other bosses or anything, I have a very mixed feeling of confidence and not confidence here. But, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Oh, it's Legion. Okay. Get used to the screaming. Not a lot I can do about it. I assume the screaming will continue until I get rid of the body armor it has. The quite literal body armor. Though once its armor is gone, it is going to be more dangerous because it's going to start shooting lasers at me. This is another one of those bosses that shows up in multiple games. It seems like it works the same way in every single one of them. Though I can cheat it a bit, it looks like, because it does seem to be taking damage on the main body. Oh, there we go. The lasers are out. It does mean it's going to stop spawning the little things, it seems. Which is a benefit. But as long as I don't stand anywhere those heads are pointing, we're basically golden. Aside from contact damage, of course. Let's put the spellbook back on now that we're out of hearts. And Legion's down. That was a very easy Legion fight. That fight's a lot worse in Aria. Let me tell you. Oh. Another one done. We are making rapid progress through this, it feels. Considering we've only been going 2.5 hours, and Castle B is already at 40%, and Castle A is at 38%. Yeah, they're actually both at the same percentage now. Neat. This, I presume, can be broken somehow, some way, in some future point. Or it's broken on the other side. One or the other. With my intent being 8 hours, we are absolutely on track for beating this. What the reality will end up being, though, we shall see. Hi. You gonna come out of that mirror? No? Do I need to, like, stand dead center for him to do something? The only thing he doesn't copy is when I do my little pose to get ready to throw something. Yep, there he goes. I'm used to the ones from Aria yet again, where you have to stand in front of them for them to pop out. Where's that Dawn? It was one of the 2 Sorrow games where there was a weird mirror ghost that was gonna pop out and try to kill you. But he only would pop out if you stayed in front of the mirror for a second. These guys apparently wait till you walk by. We may as well just keep going. These guys don't fucking matter. They can just kill them all from up there. I only turned around because, like, you know, they might drop something cool. Signs point to no. Okay, we found another area. This is probably going to lead back to the original section. Aqueduct of Dragons. Well, aren't you just an ugly little bastard? Yeah, that's a pretty accurate estimate. Melty Zombie seems pretty much... Oh, God, why? So they're like the regular zombies, except goddamn huge. Interesting. So you can see where they're gonna be, because there was a little streak of pink on the ground before he popped up, like right here. Up uncurse potions, so potentially they curse. There we go. I was gonna say I need a save point, though, after dealing with Legion and everything. Then again, we did find a save point up there. I just immediately forgot after touching it. That's a lot of fish. Well, if these guys drop anything good, this is a good room to find out. This connects back to what we were. Upgraded disc armor. That's unfortunate with how much damage he just did. That's the move I thought he was gonna do, rather than shooting at me. There's been a real lack of breakable walls in this one so far, which is interesting. Okay. Interesting. I say interesting because those rooms don't actually quite line up, and there's something a little weird about that. Mosh pitting with the fishmen was not my finest idea. That guy was very stuck. He just kind of was sliding for eternity. Oh, more of you are here. That's unfortunate. Oh, no, 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 no. Just gonna pretend that didn't happen. I get from scratching my damn head. And I wasted that elixir because I forgot the save point was 2 feet to my left. Good job, Brain. Way to go. We were bound to have moments like that eventually. That'll help. Deal with this itch in my eye. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that really sucks. That's a really bad place to be cursed. There we go. It's a good thing I saved my magic for that, otherwise we would have been in a bit of a bother. Being pinned between that many of them was gonna be really bad. Game's definitely starting to take the gloves off now, though. We had a real easy time of it initially, and now we're probably in the, like, halfway point where the game starts actually trying to kill me. That seems odd. Definitely a pipe. Just couldn't really figure out if there if there was anything to do with it. You guys are too slow to form, you can't get me. What is this guy here for? He's guarding nothing. Very suspicious. Very expensive. Dang it. Well, that's a problem. There's a path listed. I must be missing what we need for this. We can't just hit it. This is clearly way too big a wall to just, like, phase through. I hate being right. Didn't I bump against that before already? I could have swore I jumped up against this whole wall. Whatever. Doesn't matter. This is why we double check things. Remember what I said the other day about the universe going out of its way to prove me wrong? Ta-da! That's all I have to say about that. I actually want to be down there. Taking this goodbye. This is mine now. You can't stop me. Can't take these things seriously with that face. Never gonna catch me, forget about it. Ooh. Okay. No. I'll take that trade. And yes, I did knock that axe out of the air, just barely. Before anybody's like, wow, that's a weird glitch. Like, no, that actually, the whip made contact with that just before it made contact with me. Admittedly, the whip probably shouldn't have made contact with it at that angle, but we don't argue with those things. Bank error in our favor is something we accept here. Random old radio we can put in that weird room we have a bunch of furniture in for some reason. There we go, deal with that. On we go. No, I don't want to switch for knives. Hell with the knives. Let's see if any of those cloaks we got are any good. Slightly higher luck, same defense? Yes. And the blizzard robe, same defense, higher intelligence. So, yes. Also, our little after image thing is now red. And thanks to the Crimson Cloak. Well, that's a nice touch. Zoom. Now I leave a trail of blood everywhere I go. Goodbye. Missed me. Ah. Fucking Stevens. And so we're back here again. The fist doesn't break these or anything, right? I do not have the MP to find out, and I'm not gonna waste my cross for it. It's just suspicious that the fist weapon is there. But they might have been intending to fuck with you with that, so I'm not gonna believe it. I'm choosing not to believe. Huh? Well, that's upsetting. That's a bit of backtracking we're gonna have to do now. Because apparently he had priority.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Oh well. This does mean we might not get that Blizzard Robe again, since that was a monster drop, and that would be unfortunate. On the bright side, I can do this whole section a lot faster now that we know what we're getting into. Come down here, we see we can't go anywhere with that. And we just climb back up. So chalk up 2 deaths to regular enemies and 1 death to a boss so far. We're almost at like a death an hour, which is a hell of a thing to think about. Let's just make a redundant save to save the fact that we went down there this time, in case something else stupid happens. You notice it was the one time I didn't do a redundant save on my way out of a section, too, that we happened to die. Funny how that works, isn't it? We didn't go that way yet. And this is why I wasn't too worried about this, because I knew it was going to be like a 2-minute backtrack. Like at worst. I should really use the save point up here, unlike last time, just so we don't have that problem again. But in this reality, we did get a kettle hat, so hooray! That is more defense. Just slam a damn kettle on our head. Here, find out that we can't get through that. Test this theory this time. Nope, doesn't work. It'd be a hell of a thing if I needed, like, specifically the ice power or something to break through that. Oh yeah, that's right, the Blizzard Robe was just laying here, so we do actually guarantee getting that. Oh, it was the cape that was the monster drop, wasn't it? Am I just losing my mind? I might just be losing my mind. Because the cape was just over here, wasn't it? No, this was the heart. So yes, the cape is going to be an issue. Because we got the cape from this guy over here. Yep, no cape. And I'm not really going to go out of my way to keep fighting that thing. As nice as the cape's extra luck boost was, I don't really need it badly enough to deal with that. Because it would be a pretty long fight without using my magic on it. And to think, I was trying to avoid damage by pushing through him, thinking he was going to be dead when I went to do the dash, and lo and behold, he wasn't dead at all. Potentially something up there, though, so we should check that now that we've saved. That's where we came in, but up here is a whole other thing. And it also doesn't involve a Spriggan, so it's a win-win, really. Help Spriggan. Sucks. This is the equivalent of the area where we found the trinkets. Okay, good, I got my cross back. I was worried when I took that hit that the cross was going to disappear right out in front of me, and I was going to be so sad. You know, put a whole bed in my pocket. Nothing wrong there. Nothing to question. I think that was just a heart we picked up since I didn't see it pop up. And then round 2 with the Spriggan. Went a lot more or differently that time because I was prepared for his shenanigans. I hope I don't run into too many more of those, though. Damn it. Let me up. A lot of nothing in here. A little bit concerning. So now we're back in stained glass window land up here with the chapel. Ow. Right, don't aim for the weapon, aim for the hand holding the weapon. Hero statue. Seriously? Fuck's sake. You win this round, you ghostly bastard. Oh joy, getting past you was pointless. Hooray! Don't you just love all these pointless corners and such? That are just there to fuck you over? I know I do. card? Ooh, I want that, but I can't get up there. What does this hint card say? The red book and the dagger share a secret. Okay. So there's something special I can use the fire book and the dagger to do, I guess. Because I know there are some special combinations between the books and the sub-weapons. Okay, this door is sealed just like it is in the other castle. Big mana prism. Over here. Okay, so we're 54% done with Castle B. So I guess I just need to get back over to that section of Castle B over there, and we're basically going to be able to have Castle B done. Aside from probably like one section somewhere, which is probably in between... No, let me use the cursor. In between here and in between here, I'm assuming are the two places we need to be in order to finish off Castle B. Since I have the mouse cursor available, I may as well use it. I suppose if we see a knife pop up, I should try it just to see what the whole deal with that is. It's not a bad sub-weapon by any stretch. I just am really liking all of the things the cross does so far. On top of the cross just being a good sub-weapon natively. Words, everything weird. Pay no mind to the faces that are appearing in the window was when lightning strikes. I'm sure everything's fine. We can't go through the doorway to our left. We know that. We tried to and we couldn't. It's blocked off with some stone. Busted up stone, but it's still stone. We might be able to get into this section here. And we gotta also remember that 100% map completion is not required to complete these games. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so this led nowhere. Okay, so we can get another whip upgrade if we can figure this situation out. We looked at the bottom half of that and we didn't appear to be able to do anything with it, so we may need something else to deal with that. Bitch. Oh, come on now. These things are super skinny compared to what their model looks like. While I'm traveling through backtrack sections like this, I really should be wearing the healing mail so it keeps me topped up. That would be smarter than wasting my healing items. Never claimed to be smart, though. As if Fleamen weren't bad enough, let's have armored Fleamen be a thing. Thankfully, they stop being armored in one hit, so not a real issue. And this is the same issue as the other version of this spot, so this was a complete and utter waste of our time. Also, the healing armor does not seem to heal you when you're not standing still, so the healing armor's kind of trash, which is unfortunate. Is, as you can see, I stopped for a moment to take a drink and it healed a decent amount. So this kind of becomes a cue for me to just check a couple things. Things like my Discord notifications and such, let my health go back up a bit, and we can be in a good spot. There's a lot of notifications. Get rid of these. There we go. Well, it's back at full, so let's get on with it. God damn it. I thought I was gonna make it over the Medusa head, but I timed it wrong. Let's see. We already know what's down there and we can't do anything with it. That I'm aware of. I think we need to deal with what's underneath it in some way, form or fashion, and then go from there. So I guess we are kind of supposed to go all the way back to the bottom. But in order to get down there, since we encountered a blockage there, we're gonna have to go over here, around and down. Back into this section that's in both worlds. And I can either do that through the castle we're in now, or go over to Castle A. Which, we haven't actually been down there in Castle A, so I should probably do that. No. Yes? I'm honestly unsure. If you want me to be real, honestly unsure. But I think it will be a better idea to switch back to Castle A for a bit, because we've been in Castle B for a long time. Because if I'm understanding this right, I need to correct what I said before about this green section down here being in both. I think, considering this is not showing it here, that it was only in Castle B that we saw that, even though we got in there before we actually warped to Castle B, which was a little weird. So the warp I want is above me. Yes, this is the right path. Of course you didn't jump. Shit. Oh, something to note, by the way, with the backseating clause. If you know an enemy drops something very good or very interesting, I do not mind if somebody brings that up. Just as a little side note. especially if it's an enemy that I've been avoiding fighting. Do let me know there's something that I might actually want to stop and kill it for. I know none of that kind of thing will be required, but might come in handy someday, depending on what it is. And it's certainly information I don't naturally have. I'm glad I didn't just go into this room, because this room seems to kinda suck. But it has a green stone in it. Okay. I was starting to feel that our whip was falling behind, so it makes sense that we missed something. So apparently it's the same strength as... Oh yeah, all these different colored stones are the same strength. I thought the red stone was weaker than them. Whatever. Doesn't matter. We may as well play around with wind for a bit. If we start running into trouble again, I can start cycling through the stones and see which one does more damage to what we're dealing with in the area. Of course, now we're back to the harpies, which is unfortunate. This is where we died to the slime. Use this save point before anything goes horribly wrong. This is a dead end, and I'm a fool for having followed through on it. I missed my exit. Don't you do it. You know you want to do it, but don't you do it. Now we'll be getting into all kinds of new territory. Okay. I'm going to hazard a guess that we don't have what we need to figure out how to deal with these rooms yet. I thought the card in the corner was indicative of something in the other world that I needed to go pick up, but we've already been in this room in the other world. And that's where we saw the thing. Also, that's what indicates when we've both been in it in both worlds, by the way, is when those rooms turn teal. Because B is green, A is blue, so the combination of the two would be teal. Just for those who haven't been paying attention. So now we're back in this room in A. Even though we should have still been... Oh wait, I think when I was warping around it may have still been swapping me back and forth in some cases. Being a little weird. Yeah, because now there's slide paths to get past in this version of it. Yeah, this one's harder. Should still be completely doable. Oh, never mind. They have fucking spike pits now, too. Jeez. Rude. What the fuck? Okay, seriously, game. I would like to have control of my character back for, like, a second, please? Right. I don't think we're winning this race this time. Seriously, they really just pulled out all the stops in this version. God damn. I haven't even seen that thing on screen again. And there it is. Well. Yeah, we were pretty far behind on that one. There's a lucky cat, and it a yellow book and a life extension in there. So we do want to succeed at that. We just gotta figure out how. And we can't clear the path ahead of time because we, you know, have the whole issue of we can't open the door until after setting the ball in motion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the medicine jar. Once we get past this first bit here, I can just constantly slide and that gets us through this. Now with this part, I'll use the medicine jar. That'll keep us from getting comboed. Got a little bit of a lead on the ball, and there it goes. But at least it's more of a race this time instead of me just losing. Oh, come on! They made that gap so fucking small for a guy this goddamn tall. I think we lost just because I couldn't fit through that gap. Just wasted that fucking medicine jar. Wow, this is a real son of a bitch. I'm starting to question whether we're meant to do this right now or not. We might have to come back with, like, another movement ability or something. That really kinda sucks. He says I try again anyway. Because if we get enough of a lead on it, we absolutely can still make this work. Thing is, sections like this, it's impossible to get a fucking lead on it because you're just getting spammed the whole time. You can't go any faster when you're jumping, that I'm aware of. We can make the distance up here, but we can't make the distance up in this section, really. Especially when they somehow shoot me, because the game knows where you have to go and shoots ahead. It's gonna be close again, but I think we lost. Because we haven't seen the ball in a little bit. Yep. Just barely. If I hadn't gotten hit, we would have had that. So it's doable. It's just a bastard. That's fine. Keep those guys in my dust. I really should be sliding through this section, not dashing. It's just about as fast and keeps those guys off my back. And I got stuck because of shitty animations. Because goddamn reflexes. Because, you know, your first reflex upon encountering an enemy is to attack it. Nope. I think we're hooped on this one. Too much stupid shit happened. Yep. So close, yet so far. All because my stupid reflexes are like, oh yeah, you want to attack the thing. Yeah, kill it. As you'll notice, we gain a lead on it even sliding, so in most of these flat places, when those flyers are spawning, I should just be sliding.
You fast, bro, but you ain't fast enough!
Yup. And who knows if I'm going to be fast enough on any of these attempts. I'm gonna keep trying. Of course, I switched at the worst possible time. Because the dash is slightly faster, it looks like. Oh, come on! You had to show up right fucking there, didn't you? Yes. This is possible. Needed to keep them from fucking me over. Got it! Suck it, cue ball. Knew I could do it, just was a son of a bitch and a half to do it. Now we're never gonna have to do that again. It's unfortunate that I wasted the medicine jar on a failure, but it is what it is. Ooh. The question is, where was that lucky cat? I don't see it there. Wait, no, that's hat only, though. No. They should all be here either way. Yeah, they are all there, one way or the other. Is it a relic? Oh, how much of a bet that cat's just something we put in the damn collectible room? It probably is. Yep, there it is. Okay. The important thing was getting the bolt book and the health extension, though. Wait, when did we get... Oh, hello? I don't know when we got this dive kick, but we have that apparently. That would have... God damn it, that would have been good to know. Because that would have helped immensely with getting through here, because I could have dive kicked off the fish heads. Oh well. I'm only going down here because there's a door at the bottom left to get through. Also could have dive kicked these fucking things. But that seems like it'd be a recipe for getting spiked. Like that, yeah. It is cathartic to smash them, though. There's that, at least. Yeah, that's definitely a case of you gotta memorize the shit out of that. Oh, wait. How do I get over there? That might not be a pathway in this reality. Which is gonna be a problem. Did I, like, miss a turn? Back here somewhere? No? Huh. I might need to go through the other path to get in there in Castle A. So this whole side trip may have only been for the Bolt Book, which is not a bad thing by any means. The Bolt Book will be very useful, I assume. Considering the Fire Book has done us a lot of good work. I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least one very useful spell in the Bolt Book as well. And I do like having all my tools at my disposal. Oh, it's Grand Cross, okay. That's useful. I think I like the fire one better still, because it's got more coverage. But that will probably fuck up a single target real good. The amount of mutually assured destruction with these flyers is getting a little out of hand. is a pity I don't have a way of switching the books conveniently and quickly that I know of. I've used every button on a Game Boy Advance, and nothing switched to those, but I feel like there is a way to do that. But considering L and R are both dashing, and of course, up in that casts the spell, down is down in attack, so and the side attacks don't exist, they just are the basic. It wouldn't make any sense for it to be related to jumping, because every direction I press with jump, it just jumps. Yeah, I got no idea on that one. This will lead where I want to go after a fashion. I am not playing it on that version, but it is in that collection. I did not mean to do that. I was just trying to flick the whip upward. As much as I would like to encourage them making more of these collections and such, I don't exactly have the disposable income to be blowing on these collections when I have plenty of other means of running these things and own the things already. So I will say, the Advanced Collection is on sale on Humble for I think like $13 right now, so it's not a bad price, at least by any means. For my purposes, though, at this point it wouldn't be worth it. So that is down to 13 with the Humble subscription. Which, the next set of Humble Choice stuff will be coming out tomorrow for those who have it. I assume this will do what I expect. Yeah, I can see slightly further. Yay! I was kind of hoping it would let me see the room. Disappointing. There are spikes up there. Good. I'm glad I found that out this way. Card 2? Okay, we were supposed to have been here a while ago. The eyes of the goddess statue point to a secret passage. Okay. There's a lot of statues, so be any of them. We'll just go in the direction every statue's looking till we find what it's talking about. Chaos Ring? Okay, good to know, good to have. What does it do? Increases the strength of holy water. Hooray! Okay, don't need the night goggles anymore. Didn't even actually need them at all, really, but eh. Yeah, you can definitely tell the face guard was supposed to have shown up a while ago, because it kinda sucks. Give me back my luck ring. Yep, here's where the mermen are supposed to have been showing up. As opposed to that room we found that had like 30 of the stupid things in it. I will probably hold on to the next sub-weapon I see, unless it's like Holy Water or something. Well, I suppose I should see what Bold Holy Water does anyway, since we have the Chaos Ring to make it stronger. But it's almost certainly going to be a ground attack, which is going to be useless against half the things I want to use it on. It'll be fantastic against like 3 things in the game, probably, but you know. I wonder, is there a trap here? Couldn't possibly be one there. And we, you know, have the blue stone, which we probably were supposed to have a while ago. You know what, since they conveniently jump over my head, let's just get the hell out of there. There's the pipe. Can I go in? Oh god. I regret trying to go in the pipe. The pipe is full of sadness. Lies, sadness, and hate. More gloves. I gotta tell you, I am very grateful it is now September and it's not as murderously hot. It's still a bit too warm around here, but it's getting better and I'll take that. Let's just get rid of that before it becomes a problem. And has this still got the same gap? It does. The Nail of Vlad. So we've got one of the pieces of Dracula. So we do actually have to collect the pieces ourselves, then. Got it. Good to know. Well, not really, but, well, we know it now. Now, does it actually do anything? Increases strength. Yeah, I'm not far off of you on that one. I used to live even further east, which was nicer some of the time, worse other times. So we still can't get through that. As far as I can tell. So we have a problem. Because we're running into these yellow doors in both realities. So unless I'm meant to go back to the warp rooms in one of these 2 sections down there, in B-side... Well, then again, I could hit up the warp room above us, over there. Because that should take us back down, now, above Castle A and B. Because the A-side warp room that's there should take us down to the B-side warp room that's down there. If I'm remembering what order they warp around in. It's either that or it goes from here to there. Either one would work. Which actually, yeah, that would make more sense for those 2 to be connected. Which, over here is where we want to go anyway, I think. This is the part where I'm really not sure where the hell we're going. We were flying along up until now because it got very unclear what it wants of me. Aside from the obvious answer of we're supposed to find all the pieces of Dracula. Which the pieces of Dracula, I would assume, are all on the A side. And then we need them on the B side, probably. We still didn't go in that room up there, either. On the A side, up there. So there's a path over here we didn't take. In theory. So I think that had a wall. It's just not showing that because it's a wall you can pass under insert circumstances here. Never mind, there just was a dead end over here. I just hadn't gone far enough down to see. There's a spot to jump up back the other way. Like at this point, I have to assume there's like a boss fight or something I need to find that'll get me the item that I need to break those doors down. Unless it's as stupid as slide into them, because I don't think I tried that, and that would be really annoying if that was... Boss door, never mind, we're probably fine. That's probably what's gonna hold what we need. Which means I probably was supposed to have that like an hour ago, and we went the wrong way. We found all kinds of other things instead. Super Merman. Get crossed. I was half expecting that to kill him and it would have been really funny. Yeep. Yeah, you go ahead and command those corpses to attack me. And he's dead. Definitely was supposed to have fought him earlier, I think. Though he had a lot of health anyway, so maybe not. Either way, he had a real easy pattern. Only a life up, huh? And a heart up. Okay, never mind. And it is leading to a transition door, so... This is leading somewhere. This leads us to a part of this place we weren't able to reach. So this might be meaningful. Okay. I was about to say, are those gonna come back down, or did I just waste my time? Now that we have the knife, though, I wanted to see what the red book for it did, since it said it in a hint book that the red book and the knife share a secret. This, I assume, is where we're gonna be able to move the one thing? No? Is that the secret? Because that's not really that impressive. It's interesting, to say the least. Okay, there is another path as well. Over here. I don't think that path's gonna lead anywhere particularly useful, admittedly. But never hurts to follow these things up. Yeah, this just opens another path. Which at least does get that door out of my way. But in the end, we're kind of just right back where we started. So we need to figure out how to break yellow doors. So yeah, we're gonna be replacing the knife as soon as possible because these knife books are not impressive. That hint book is probably telling me something, but I don't know what. And clearly the regular spell in the red book for it isn't worth much. So there must be something else to it. Jesus Christ, I hate these things so much. They have so much coverage. And for those wondering why I don't hit them before they finish making their move, it's because they're immune until they finish bringing the sword back down after they get hit. Which is dumb. Oh, there we go, we got a new cross again. We just need to go across this bullshit again. Which thankfully in this world, there's no Medusa heads here to piss me off, so there's that at least. Still just as full of flea men as it was before. I believe it was down here there might have been something? No, there's nothing down here. What the hell am I talking about? There we go, no more harpy. I was hoping she was just gonna fly back into it because I couldn't risk trying to go after her again. We should be safe going this way. Safe-ish. We need to go this way either way. Save point will fix our issues, though. And that same wall is here in both worlds, so it's not a matter of breaking it in one or the other. I need a different item or ability or something to break that. But my goal is that warp room over there on the left, and checking above it to see if we can pass through that area at this point. But I think that's another wall we can't open at the current stage of the game. But things might have changed just based on game stage. Which is kind of what I'm hoping for. Because we have caused a lot of events to happen. In our little jaunt through World B and everything. And I think there are some state changes like that in this game. From what I'm remembering from seeing people do it. This is a wall, though. Okay, that's not half bad. We'll try that for a bit. In part because I want to see if like, the Ice Fist or something is what I need to break those walls, because that would be stupid enough to be true, and I didn't try it. As much as Sherlock Holmes says, when you eliminate the possible, all that's left must be true. No matter how impossible, it also applies to no matter how stupid it is. Okay, that dumped me down here. I really thought it was going to take me somewhere else, but we can get back to the portal over there and the connecting areas to that, because there are some stuff we missed over there, probably. There do be things over there. You would think the spike those things are riding around on would be a problem, but apparently not. job, me. Stones, I have energy circle, blue stone, green stone, yellow stone, and red stone. I assume I'm missing one. Because I know I saw one in the clock tower that I couldn't figure out how to get. And that's probably what I'm missing, if it's not a boss thing that I'm missing. This won't lead anywhere I want to go right now. Can't go there right now. Hello, random turquoise from the ceiling. Oh, that's upsetting. Look, guys, I'm playing Circle of the Moon again. Look how fast I walk. Yeah, that warp did put me back in Castle B, which is so weird to me. So are those two thoughts I had correct, or are you trying to imply something else? That's what I figured. And I'm pretty sure it is that at Clock Tower 1. And that's the issue. But we do have paths we can take still, so I'll come back to that if I run into another brick wall, which I probably will. But as long as we've got viable paths to take, I may as well follow them up and see where they go. This will connect me back here, which might lead to something productive one way or the other. There's also Castle Top Floor we're now in, which might lead to something else. In a lot of cases, there's more than one way to get things done. But I'm betting I'm going to run into another spot I can't pass somewhere along the way here because of this. But here's another boss door we can take care of. Let me see if there's a save point up here before I do that, though. Starting to suspect the save point is not in this direction. Interesting. Okay, there's a save point. Not necessarily one close to the boss, but that's fine. Let's go kill whatever that is. If I can. So let me put it this way. Is the stone I'm missing vital to game progression, or is it vital to a better ending? Because if it's vital to a better ending or something along those lines, I'm not that fussed about it. If it's required for progression, I will make sure to go back for it. You show that wall. I should switch elements on this thing, I think. Yeah, that'll do more damage to him. Yeah, that's what I figured. And I'm like 90% sure it is that stone I saw in that machine. But we did find the wind book, so that's good. And the thing is, I remembered something like that already, which is why I was suspicious of that stone in the clock tower. I just couldn't for the life of me figure out how to make that machine move, even though I'm betting I just didn't think of something. And it's probably a very stupid solution that I'm going to be very angry about once I get back up there. But rather than sit there and stare at it, I chose to run off because I knew there were other paths I could take. Or, at the very least, I assumed there were other paths I could take. I can't guarantee that I had any knowledge of that. At least, not conscious knowledge. I may as well save since I'm passing through this. Okay, I can't go anywhere through there, so that's a dead end. Okay. I do find it interesting that you can explore a large portion of the B-side. Apparently just as soon as you can get into the B-side, you can just go like 90% of places. So that's nice. Refresh my memory of one thing, though. The stone itself was on A side, right? Oh, absolutely. I didn't have too much trouble with it, aside from like 1 or 2 spots. But those 1 or 2 spots definitely were a very long case of where the fuck am I going next? Okay, that door's still locked. Just as it is in the other side of the castle. Okay. Yeah, I had the benefit, in a way, of having played Aria before Symphony. Which I know is a weird trade-off, but that's just how it worked out for me. Well, I should say, I technically played Symphony before that, but only very briefly before that. The only time when I really, really played it was afterward. That's blocked with that shimmering barrier there. With games like this, it really pays to just memorize everything you encounter that you can't deal with. This way you can go back and check all of the things once you gain something. Especially when it's something that doesn't make any sense to use on anything. You just go and use it on everything. Invariably, it'll work on something. There's also always the stupid situation of, oh, you just triggered a flag that does insert thing here. Did they tell you? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, so that's a legit dead end. Wait, yeah, I want to go up and around and see if either of those paths are viable. Based on the sound of things, this massive backtrack I'm taking is pointless, but I'm already most of the way through it, so I may as well finish it. By at very least checking those rooms over there, then we'll swing back and go back to the clock tower and sort out that situation with the stone in there. Because judging from the fact that we missed an entire boss fight and such over here, there's probably some other stuff we missed that might be useful. Okay. I know we literally have seen it. It's just a matter of I don't remember or which one it was in. I'm pretty confident it was A side. Because I went and checked the spot in B side, and I don't remember seeing it. Okay, so we got some rocks here, and we can't do shit with those. So that's a dead end. But I do remember there, after you brought up the crushing stone, that there was a stone that for some magical reason would let you break rocks with the whip. And I remember thinking that's kind of dumb, but whatever, it is a thing. Yeah, there's this whole section over here that we didn't go in. All the stuff in here is probably useless at this point, but, you know. Okay. That whole area was kind of messy, so it could easily have been either that I was thinking of with that. Interesting that there's another save point tucked over here. It does explain why we didn't see one for a while on this part, though. We haven't been in here at all, either. Yeah, here's another life max that we didn't have. Can't deal with those glowing doors still. Let's see, there's rocks down there, so we're done up here. I can either go check that thing on the far left bottom and the one underneath that, or I can go back. Thankfully, due to the power of being able to just spam dash your way around the world, it really doesn't take that long to get places. It'd be nicer if the warp rooms were all connected to each other, instead of just being pairs, but I understand why they made them pairs. Okay. That'll at least save some time. Unless it's one of those situations where the item is in B and the solution is in A. Which we'll work that out when we get there. Oh, right, it's over in here that stuff was. I think I can deal with the upper path over there. I think we didn't have the Sylph Feather when we were here, so that was just too high for us to reach before. What was the issue with that room? And it's not like anything in here is going to be enough of a threat that it'll take us more than a second to get past it all. The only issue is we may have to backtrack through all of this again in a bit, once we have the Crushing Stone in hand. Which reminds me, since we have the Wind Book, I should probably try that. Okay, it's just a projectile. A smarter man would have actually not used any of these save points on this massive backtrack, so that if it proved to be a fruitless backtrack, I could then just load. But no. I went ahead and saved a bunch on this trip, so it really doesn't matter. Yeah, I only need to go up and over. Oh, hang on. I think I can do something with that spot up there. Yeah. Which, in the end, it's not going to be that long a backtrack anyway. But it's just one of those things. Okay, monkey boy, come over here. I need you to walk over here. No, I can just jump up there, it just wasn't cooperating the first time. Right, I've been up here already. What the hell am I doing? I was gonna jump off his head to get up there. My brain is currently not in the spot we're at. I'm all the way on the other end of the map trying to picture the place we were talking about that I need to go. I'm basically doing distance puzzle solving the whole time we're making this trek. And let me tell you, that doesn't always work out very well. Okay, yeah, this was another one of these doors that dead-ended that. I was torn between it being one of those and being a case of we didn't have the feather when we got here. I should have known better when we used the feather to get up to that spot that we just walked through. But, eh. It is what it is. Oh no, we lost 10 minutes of our lives. Whatever shall we do? It is a little suspicious that there's that one space there. There's no breakable wall, at least not on this side. Those little tiny gaps that are surrounded by rooms always seem so suspicious. No, it just is a weird empty space. Okay. Fair play. I guess since we're over here, I may as well check the other doorway just to make sure I'm not stupid. Considering I've already been stupid, I may as well just start as I mean to go on at that point. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be another dead end now that I see those spiders. I think I remember what's down here. But just for verification's sake. Wrong way. Because I'm pretty sure this is a wall that we can't do anything with as of yet. We probably need to come in here in the other reality or something. Not sure what the deal with that is. But either way, that's a wall we can't pass. Hang on, I see a message. Maybe someday. When that day is, who knows? You know, that magical day when I actually get a real night's sleep. Interesting. Right around here, the texture's a little fucked up. I know it's because of where they have the spider or skeleton go through. It's got a weird gap it goes and hides in. But it's still real weird, as you see it happens on this side too. I could climb back up there by hand, or I can use the warp that's over here to go back up. The thing is, the warp would take me back to A side. Whereas I think climbing up might get us where I want to go faster. That is, of course, if I'm picturing the rooms in the right order and the right places. Okay, so Wind Knife is 1,000 knives. Jesus, that's a lot of knives. Okay. I was about to say, am I supposed to stop it somehow? Because it's just still going. Because I've noticed that some of the... I noticed the iron boots there. I've noticed that some of the spellbook item combinations are just the item crushes from previous Castlevanias. And some of them are their own unique things. Okay, that's this room. So we can't actually get up through here. So that's not actually gonna be faster, unless that room I see over on the right leads somewhere, but I think we checked that already and it didn't. My memory has given up on me, so I'm gonna go check. I should have just jumped on the ledge and jumped over, but no, I wanted to be fancy and do a corner jump. Because I'm smart. Yep, it is another one of those. Okay. Most likely the button to open that is on the other side of it, so we can only go one way to get there. So we need to go to the left. Fuck it, let me throw. Yes, this is the correct path. I immediately went the wrong way, as I do. It's a good thing that this knife ability does not cost much. So in terms of efficiency, that might actually be a fantastic move. Because you do have iframes during those, from what I've seen so far. So that might be a really cheesy move to keep using. I know, mind the scarecrows, everything's fine. Correct way to get where I'm going? Yes, it is. Come on now, game. Don't be that way. Back to Wonderland. Okay, that puts us back up here. From there, we want to go back to the right, and if it's not what I think it is, we'll still have to go back to the B side immediately either way, but if I'm wrong, we'll have to do more in the B side than the A side. We genuinely just have a puzzle we need to solve, and that will uncork a lot of the situation. Okay, that's what I expected. So Wind and Holy Water is the item crush rain from the earlier games as well. You know. Good enough. Oh god. You are the worst! Fuck you! Sometimes it's hitting a lot, and sometimes it isn't. Sometimes he just happens to float at the right height. Okay, that's still a waste of time, though. Yeah, I can get around to where I want to go this way. Oh, it's this stupid fucking dark room again, though. I'm not gonna waste my time switching items, though. If I take a couple hits of spikes, so be it. We already went through this once, so I know basically the path. There. It's okay, we don't have feet anymore, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. This save point, since I nearly killed myself doing stupid things. As I do. Zoom zoom. Yeah, that works about as well as I expected it to, just full murder mode. I don't think this is where the thing I was looking for is. No, this is just a tower of stupid. Okay. Get hit. Take a step forward, you bastard. Okay, fine. And they die in 2 hits anyway, I shouldn't be wasting my magic on them. But magic's infinite, so... eh. Just knock you out of my way and get the hell out of here. Feeling you guys ain't worth my time. Meanwhile, back here again. Somewhere in the clock tower section. Yeah, I think we can only get in there at all in the B-side now that I look at it. I think I just crossed myself up real bad. Which is not surprising because this area is kind of a fuckfest. I think the only path to get to the gear I need to turn is in the B-side. I thought it was one of those weird things where I have to do something in A-side and then go to B-side. And to then gain access to the thing. Which I know there are some of those exchanges where you have to go back and forth. This appears to not be one of them. I'm pretty sure I have the right spot. I appear to have ended up somewhere we haven't been yet, so hold that thought a second. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. But it gives me an opening to do something, perhaps. I can't hurt him. Help if I hit the right button. No, I was hitting the right button. That'll work. Goodbye. What? Oh! I need to push him back into the gears, probably. God damn it, I didn't mean to do that. This is going to hurt in a moment here. Which is why I'm just preparing. That's right, bag it up, big boy. Okay, the lightning knife is not a good choice for this either. Knife is probably just a bad choice in general for this, but hopefully one of these will be useful. Because as you can see, hitting him in the head knocks him back. It's just taking a lot of hits to do it. So whipping him is not very effective. Because I can't really make headway consistently. Which actually, here's a thought. Nope, throwing the knives straight up is not that much better either. Yeah, he just doesn't give a shit about the knife to the face in general. Just doesn't have enough impact. Right, I forgot. Fire knife is that, which is fucking useless. At least for this situation. Okay, we'll come back to him in a minute. Primarily, I need, like, any other sub-weapon. Because the angles the knives come at him from just are not conducive to hitting him in the head enough to push him back far enough. Probably should use a different jam around here. Let's go lightning. Why not? So... oh, I need to climb higher on this side. Okay. I see now. Just bounce off the damn harpy to get to the save point. Yeah, that'll take me where I need to go. It would help if I remembered where any other sub-weapon is. And I don't know why I fell through that. Not really sure what happened there, but I don't like it. Have I mentioned lately that these harpies are literally the worst thing in this game so far? Because they are always at the worst fucking angles to do literally anything with. Thankfully, by going through to the B side, we won't have to deal with them for a bit. So that's good news. Pretty sure I need to get into this little section over here to get to what I need, and I think I need to get in specifically underneath here, do something, and then I have access up there. Yeah. Like, I was pretty sure I had 90% of the thing figured out, I just thought I needed another item for it, and I'm assuming that's where I've gone awry, because I don't actually need another item. Most likely, once again, overthought a puzzle. Good job, Brain. Way to lead me to where it would have made sense for there to be a door, but there isn't a door. Rather than where there is a door, and we know there is a door. Yeah, you know this. I do that all the time. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't be me at this point. With how often that fucking happens. It's like saying I'm not gonna break a game. You see, that's the stone in question, but I probably need to go turn the gear underneath it in order to do the thing. Which, again, I pretty much had it figured out, but I missed a step somewhere, or something along those lines. This is gonna be another one of those cases of, I could have swore I did insert thing here, and I'm gonna go do it again, and somehow it's going to work now, and I'm going to be upset. And when I do get upset, understand, Wild, that I'm very happy that you helped. I'm just going to be annoyed with myself because of this whole situation. I'm just going to make that clear ahead of time before the aggravation sets in. Yeah, because I just literally needed to whip this section of it. I thought I somehow needed to hit the section above this. Because I'm an idiot. Looking at it again, it's like, oh right, it's obvious that that's where it stops, not where you need to hit it. But Brain be dumb. Now we just need to make our way back again. Yeah, similar boat with that one. I was pretty confident it wasn't going to be a switch, but I thought it was just going to be another item from a boss somewhere. Or as I had already discussed. So we're on the same line, just different expectations. Yes, I do want to cross back. So after we deal with this, we can see about dealing with the big guy. So it probably would be a good idea to deal with him. Now we can get this stupid goddamn crushing stone. Which a crushing stone makes sense to have in a machine like that as well, because machinery like that was typically used to crush things on top of being the main mechanism inside a timepiece. So I'm going to prioritize going over to this save room and saving first. Just so we never have to go through this situation again. We may as well see if the crushing stone works on this wall here, too. Nope. That's not the solution for that. Unless maybe this charge thing I do is what I need? Yeah, there we go. And there's the Heart of Vlad. Okay, so it's a good thing... Ah, okay. Yeah, had I not tabbed through quickly, I would have realized what the text said, but I didn't read. This will also be really good for getting rid of some enemies, because it's a much stronger attack. What's the wind cross do? Okay. Okay, I'm in on this idea. This works. lets me keep my distance and does good damage. Oh, look at you doing a fancy attack now. Okay, so there shouldn't be much that'll bar us from getting places aside from locked doors now. Some of which are probably tied to breakable walls in the other side. If I had to hazard a guess as to how that was gonna work. But first and foremost, let's see about sending that big guy to go be ground up in the gears before I forget he exists. Right. Alrighty, well, I'll have a good one. Appreciate you sticking around, as always. Okay, that is actually better armor, so we'll wear that. In theory, we still might be able to beat this today. Because we're at 122% completion, so we're over halfway through. Considering the completion counts both sides. Mind you, I'm currently assuming that having a different sub-weapon will allow us to deal with the big stompy guy. It may be that I need something completely different to deal with that, and I'm barking up the wrong tree again, but it's quick enough to check. Yeah, because it's just right over there. And the way I'm flying through this is what's leading to missing some of these side rooms. Okay, that version of it didn't work. The other option is that the Crushing Stone's the answer to him. Or, you know, it's just not gonna charge for some reason. Huh. Do sub-weapons just not work on him? I could have swore I turned the Bolt Book on, but apparently I didn't. Yeah, no, if that didn't knock him back, nothing from that's going to. Apparently I don't need to hit the head. I was just being stupid. Because I hit him in the shield a few times and nothing happened. So I thought that didn't work. As usual, making bad assumptions leads to these things being harder than they need to be. Once more, overthinking. But we ground him up and got him out of the way. And we got some Guardian armor. And the machinery just keeps on clicking. I am upset. Main body armor kinda sucks. Gloves are also not particularly helpful. I suspect I was supposed to have had that before. So doing that was completely pointless. Hooray. On a roll for being tardy to the party with a lot of this stuff. But that might trigger something somewhere. Considering it had the whole, like, weird pixelation sequence while he was screaming and things like that. Let me get the windshield back. I like the windshield. It should be good for keeping harpies off me. It may not kill them, but it definitely keeps them from closing the gap to hit me. While we're over here in A-side, we may want to go see if we can break that same wall as it existed in both worlds. And then from there, it's just a tour of going around and breaking all of the breakable walls we've seen thus far. Which admittedly is gonna mean going back on the same path we were just on, but, you know, that's what happens with these kind of games sometimes. Unless you are following a route and have a map and such, you're gonna end up looping around the same places 3 or 4 times sometimes, just because you missed something. And unless you're streaming it like I am, you don't always have the benefit of somebody else going, "Hey, stupid, go this way. You missed a thing." Yeah, this wall's gone now in this reality, and we can get a pair of medicine jars for it. Okay, that makes up for the one I wasted doing that stupid ball race earlier, too. It's all working out. Let's check to see if the issue over here on the left was one of those walls, but I'm pretty sure it was a door, not a wall over here. Oh, one of them was a door, not a wall, and the other one was a wall, I think. I think this was the one that I was looking at the glove and going, am I supposed to use this for it? Because it conveniently spawned next to it, and it's like, that's suspicious. As we know, all things that are coincidences rarely are in fact coincidences. But unfortunately, some things are actually coincidences. Coincidence, coincidence, coincidence. Okay, this is an actual wall, though. We can't break that. Not this way, anyway. It might have been a yellow wall in the other world? Question mark? It all starts to run together a bit. Like, it doesn't have as big a distinction visually as, say, like, Metroid Prime 2 that we played before, where everything was dark, gloomy, and sad in the other world. In this one, it just looks like a different castle. And telling which one's A and which one's B from that is a bit of a crapshoot. Like, I can tell based on the enemies that this is A-side because these are weaker enemies. beyond that, I really got a lot of nothing to work with. And by this point, we have figured out some areas are unique to A side and some are unique to B side. But that too does not help that much. Though the other option is I continue on to the left actually and take the warp. Because stupid me, I could have just went to the warp. That was like 2 feet away from where I just was. But since I wasn't looking at the A side map, I was looking at the both map, I forgot. Where's a stupid castle and its split personality? Jellyfish. I could go see the merchant again, but I can't be bothered. He doesn't seem to have anything productive unless he suddenly gains an actual inventory. Then again, he is right over there. Literally, like, right here. But at the same time, I don't think I care. I know he's not gonna have anything progression blocking. Or, I'm reasonably confident he's not gonna have anything progression blocking, because I don't remember ever seeing people care about the merchant in this game. But I also forgot a lot of other things, so... grain of salt, grain of salt, grain of salt. Depending on how late it is after we finish up today, I might work on that stupid wall emote as well. Just because it would be funny. And it probably wouldn't take that long to make. The only catch being only a small subset of people would get the joke, but... at the same time, that's kind of the point. You need to start developing memes. While we're here, let me double check what the issue with this wall was. I think this was something we couldn't actually get through, even with the crushing stone. But just in case... isn't the same kind of breakable wall, but I was checking. I don't think there's even a wall up here that's an issue. It's just a matter of, yeah, we just can't pass there. Damn it, game. If I just used my damn sub-weapon, I wouldn't have had a problem with that. But no, I was like, I'm gonna save my energy. Right in front of a save point, you idiot. This, I'm pretty sure, was a gray wall, so we're not getting through that by the current means. But we're here. Oh, check, check. Check, check, check. Yep, didn't do shit. What do you know? Why am I going this way? Right, because I was thinking about the merchant, then I went left, and then brain went, oh, I'm going left, I must be going back up top. Fucking hell. Sorry, everybody, being stupid. Fuck it. You want me to be poisoned game? I'll stay poisoned. I don't care. You're not gonna kill me with that right now anyway. Not with all the trash we're going back through. So it is, in its own way, kind of funny, considering I just helped another streamer last night out of a similar situation, with having to backtrack through nonsense because something was missed. Just goes to show that this shit just keeps happening. You get distracted, you miss something, you forget something, you misunderstand something, and just shit happens. Now, the remaining issue we have is I don't know which of these yellow walls is important to break. And I don't know if there's like an order of operations to this where it'd be better or not. Well, yeah. The less distinction between things, the worse it's gonna get. And this game does really run together. Which, admittedly, that's been an issue with the Castlevania games to begin with. A lot of the areas in the castle look very similar in most of these games. They're a little more distinct in the other games in the series, but they can definitely still run together just as well. Aside from the obvious ones like, oh yeah, it's over in the clock tower, because the clock tower is easy to remember. As opposed to, oh hey, it's in this one with these color walls. What does this do? Similar thing, just closer range. We'll try that for a bit, because I didn't use the Electro Axe or anything, I don't think. I might regret switching, but, well, this is my life now. A series of regrettable decisions. Oh, that doesn't work the way I thought it did, and that's actually kind of better. So what's the electric one do? Wrong one. Because I know we tried Ice Axe, and I think Fire Axe was the dragon? Okay, that flashes the screen, but is useful, so... I'll use that in emergencies, but other than that, that one can stay in the bin. Now we can finally break this wall. It's been pissing me off since we started, more or less. There we go. And that gets us in here. Big mana prism. Bunch of ugly statues. This also more than likely leads to getting to the B side of the entrance area. So it looks like there might have been more than one way to get in there, based on the way the map looks. God damn, this is a climb, though. Couldn't you put some stairs in, or an escalator, or an elevator, instead of a pretty base? What's one of these rooms? I still don't know what the hell's going on with those rooms. And this was pointless. God damn it. find a different yellow door. This is why later games had fast travel between save points. Or at least some fucking points at all. Because running through these castles starts to suck. Like, I never fully understood what the insistence on not having a means of transferring yourself between save points and such was all about. Like, I can only assume it's like a difficulty thing. Or just, hey, we made all this shit, go be in all of this. But it's still much nicer when you have the ability to fucking get around without having to walk everywhere. Or hell, give me an ability that makes me go faster, like the charge ability we had in Circle of the Moon, where I could just dash through enemies. Rather than expecting me to deal with everything along the fucking way around here. Not that I have to deal with everything, but you know what I mean. A lot of things you can like dash over or under, but it's still not as fast as the Mercury dash we had in Circle of the Moon, where I literally was just full speed running through enemies. Especially enemies like this that die in one hit to me. And I guess I could start sliding through things, but that's a little janky and not that fast. But it would be faster than whipping. So I guess we'll start doing that as soon as I can get myself in the habit of doing it. But at least this way we keep our momentum going. Oh yeah, Wind Fist was throwing my hand. No. We'll keep the axe of the two. We want to go up now. There's also that one room over there we didn't get in, but I'm betting that's a locked door rather than a breakable wall, so... But then again, every time I've said something like that, it's come back to bite me in the ass, so I should probably go check just to make sure. Ugh. For fuck's sake, get off my head. I'm pretty sure once we get past this blockage we're on, we're gonna breeze through the rest of the game. About the only other issue we're gonna have left probably is gonna be Dracula himself. Might be a shit fight again. It really all ends up depending on how bad the Dracula fight is. But I will say, a bunch of this does kind of stink of padding. Can I break these boulders with the crushing stone? Nope, sure can't. Let's have arbitrary rocks that are resistant to different things and have zero visual indication of what you're meant to use on them. Did I go past that guy? Yeah, I would have had to have. Judging from my map position. Oh yeah, I think this was a door I couldn't open. Yep. There's another one of the glowing doors. Probably need to come over here in the other world or something and do a thing. Or find a magic fucking key or something. Which we do have the Heart of Vlad now too. Which apparently protects us from petrification, so that's useful. Except we've not really been having an issue with the Medusa heads in this game anyway, because they're thankfully kept to one area so far. At least the ones that can petrify consistently. So I guess we're going all the way up there. I say, thinking you can tell where I'm pointing, when I can just use my goddamn mouse. This might end up bleeding over into another day just because it's starting to make my brain melt a bit. I'm hoping the brain melt will ease up a bit when we actually start seeing new content again. Doesn't, I might wrap up and just split this evenly into two. Yeah, that's another glowing door. I don't know if it was up here or if it was up in the other section that it was a yellow wall. It might be one in both. We can't do anything about. Nope, it's a fucking locked door. Well, we've got one left to check on the way up. One too is not a breakable wall. We're gonna be in some bit of trouble here. Because I'm gonna have to then go all the way back around. Well, fuck me, huh? Sure, why not? I mean, I could always check the one that's up at the very top, pointing right, but I'm not sure about that one either. And I, of course, once again did the stupid thing of saving after doing all of this. What? Oh, the elevator. What does that say? Why did everything just shake? No, for a passage like that one we just passed, that is clearly a possibility thing. We probably get like a huge vertical leap or a wall jump or something, and that gets us past that. Might even get like flight or something for all I goddamn know. He's a Belmont, so he's not gonna turn into a bat or anything. Unless one of Dracula's pieces lets us turn into a bat, that'd be interesting. In the end, who the hell knows? We'll figure it out when we get there. Right, it was stupid fucking ceiling door. I was pretty sure it was something stupid like that, I just couldn't remember. How far back would I be able to go if I didn't save here? The answer, not very. Why did I save so much? Why? Why doesn't this game, like, have a memorial ticket or something to take me back to particular places? I can't even say I'm asking for, like, a fancy new feature. It was literally implemented in the next game. It's not even that complicated. And you had plenty of items that would allow you to move around in goddamn Symphony. But no. Can't have that here. Game Boy Advance can't handle that. Oh wait, it can. It has. Fuck you. Wait, did we go down that hole there? Did I miss something stupid? I might have found something stupid I missed over here. I don't know. Might be onto something, even though it's not related to what I was trying to do. Which is nothing new either. But if it leads somewhere, that would be fantastic, because we've kind of been bereft of a new place to be for the last minimum, like, half hour, which is already getting old for me. I can't imagine it's any better for you guys. Oh wait, that's the hatch we looked at that we can't go in. Never mind, that's not going to get us anywhere either. Not yet, anyway. So back we go, I guess. Yeah, no, really, the whole back and forth thing really reeks of padding. It's like, oh hey, you know, we could just have the player go through a big castle. No, let's make them go through the same section of castle, but different. So that they have to cover the same amount of ground twice, instead of making twice as much unique ground. Because literally all they would have to do to make this less of a chore would be to take these two halves of the castle and just align them side by side, instead of having you go through these stupid specific area warps. That would make this a lot more coherent to get through. At the very least, in my head, a lot of it's blurring together because it's literally in the same spot as the two places layer over each other. So if I'm trying to operate based off of location-based memory, which is where a lot of my memory is, I end up seeing the same place, and I have a 50-50 as to which goddamn end of the damn universe it's in. Which really ends up not being very helpful, because I then have to backtrack to another teleporter just to figure that out. In the end, I'm not saying this is a bad game because of that. I'm saying it could have been a better game if it didn't have that. Because I have still played much worse. Though I will say that since it's basically the same gimmick that was pulled in Prime 2, I'm having a hard time deciding which one I'm more annoyed at how it handled it. Because both ended up padded as a result of it. And I'm leaning toward this one. The areas in Prime 2 were worse, but the backtracking caused by the teleporters is more blatant and bad in this one? If that makes sense? Because while those were also the same maps, there were areas that were more obviously changed between those, and you could more readily tell where you were. Whereas this entire castle is kind of forgettable. I just need to go to the warp over there, then come back. I could check if the problem down that hole is a wall, but I don't know where anything fucking is anymore. Like, I'm just gonna be blunt. I don't fucking know anymore. I'm just kind of going and hoping. I could look it up, and I probably should have looked it up like an hour ago. But it's kind of too late to a degree at this point. The mistakes have already been made, so I may as well just own it. This is one of those things where it's like, this is what you get when you watch somebody play something blind. You sometimes end up with an hour of nothing getting done. Which, it could easily have been a lot worse. Don't get me wrong, technically it has been more than an hour of nothing getting done. Because of the whole issue with the crushing stone to begin with. We did lose a lot of time. I also can't blame the situation with the crushing stone entirely on the game, because that kind of was my own thought process fucking me over on that. Well, yeah. I know most of you are just idling in here at this point, waiting for new things to happen. You've got other things going on to keep you distracted while I slowly lose my mind. It's just still not great from an entertainment angle. Okay, this at least was a breakable wall. We're getting somewhere now. But I need to fully charge, I think. There we go. Fucking finally. New content! That goes nowhere! Fucking hell, are you goddamn kidding me? See, that one I don't feel as bad about, because I had no way of knowing necessarily that that was gonna happen. But, in hindsight, I should have known, because that's exactly how the room in the other world was laid out. But there was a chance where that was a gap instead of a pillar in that world, and that would have allowed us to gain access to that section. And that would have cracked this whole nut wide open. Instead, I have, by accident, not hit the correct first door to break open somewhere along the way, and that's caused this whole thing to get fucky. That is pretty much the bottom line for how this is playing out. And that is why strict sequences like this... Well, it's not that strict a sequence, but you know the frame of reference I'm pointing at with that, when I say it that way. That's why things like that are not a great idea. Because if a player is happening to go exactly on the path you expect them to, it works out fine. But as soon as the player deviates from the path that the developer expects, which happens very often and very easily, it all starts going all fucking screwy. And that's how you end up with massive backtracks like this. Which, if I knew the sequence of events, it wouldn't happen. But since I don't, we basically end up with a gamble of, okay, which of these exits that I didn't get through is the exit I needed. Which, in the end, that's a genre issue. That can happen in literally any Metroidvania ever. That's not a criticism toward Igavanias, that's not a criticism toward this game, that is a genre criticism. I love this genre to death, but that is the one biggest caveat to this genre. is sometimes you end up with massive backtracks just because you missed insert one thing here. And some of them handle that better than others, of course, by giving you better means of moving around the map. This one, being older, doesn't have as many of the conveniences. Not that being older is that much of an excuse, as we've already talked about, but I'm not going to loop over that again right now. We've already had that talk. Even if the world's not necessarily ready for that talk entirely. If where I'm going now still doesn't bear fruit, though, I might cut it for the day. I do want to see if I can do this in one go, but this massive backtrack issue is really taking it out of me. But I'm betting that the door we needed is in the B-side over here. And I say that purely because it's near where we got the Crushing Stone. And we're ending up with an issue because my brain went, okay, let's go over to where we saw this yellow door all the way on the other side of fucking creation, rather than prioritizing where it would make sense to have gone. Which is why I'm not fully blaming the developers, because the expectation is there that you would go check the nearest one first. And part of me feels like we did check this. But everything has become such a fucking muddled mess that I cannot guarantee that. Which is why we're going back and checking. Is if this one isn't a breakable wall either? Okay. Yeah, this is where I was thinking of to begin with the punch glove right next to it. This is what I thought was over on the A side, which is why that part got a little screwy. But we're finally out of the hate loop we were in, and there's a boss door here. So, how much healing do I have? I don't. Let's go save before we fight that. I was avoiding saving this time with the expectation that I somehow fucked up again. Because of course the one time I didn't save is the one time I did need to save. Of course it is. That's just how this fucking goes. But for everybody who's been just not paying attention to what's happening because of all this fuckery, this is your warning that new content is about to happen. If you do not wish to miss new content, look back at the screen now. It's the Maxim that's not Maxim. Mm-hmm. let's use a different form of the book. Oh, this is interesting. I guess I didn't try Bolt Book before. I thought I did. No, I guess we defeated the Shadow already, so that was easy. Da-da-da-da! So all of that just to get into a boss fight with a Shadow version of Maxim. Thus, presumably freeing him from Dracula's control, question mark? And causing something to happen somewhere? Okay, I'm going to look where we need to go next, because otherwise we're gonna be here all night. But I would not be surprised if a lot of this is not going to be in the same order I did, so it's going to take a second for me to find where we actually are. Armor. Luminous Cavern. Turned. Okay. That's more or less what I figured. We need to now go back to the A side and come back here. Because since we broke that wall down, that wall won't be in the way in the other world. I had a feeling that was the case, but I didn't want to waste everybody's time going and checking that, in case it was wrong at this point, with the rate these were not working out. And I can't even say that that spoils anything for me, because again, I've seen this, I just haven't done this. And what I've seen of it was a while ago. But this will net us what we need to open up a lot more of the game, and that should crack us past our issues entirely. At least to a point. I am at a point where I need to make a decision, though. Because our map total is at 123%. It only took us like 2 hours to clear through the majority of that before the huge backtrack happened. Do I think I can beat the game in the 3 hours I have left? And the only satisfactory answer my brain is giving me right now is maybe. And that's not really that satisfactory an answer. Well, that's the thing. We're breaking the loop right now. We have just now broken the loop. I know for a fact the loop is done. The problem is, on the basis of the fact that we did some things out of order relative to what this guide is indicating, I cannot get a good gauge on how much more we have to do. That we actually have to do, that is. Any more needless backtracking could cause this to loop back on itself and take longer. And that's where that kind of thing gets a little iffy. Wall's out of the way, and now over here we find an injured Maxim. Now we have his bracelet, which gets us past certain doors, which I'm assuming are the rainbow flashing doors, not the locked doors. Since it just says sealed doors. Now, I believe one of those doors in question is up top, which is what he's talking about by the Lord's Room. What I really should have done was taking notes, rather than trusting to my memory with what doors were where. Once upon a time, I could remember all of that. And if I was fully awake today, I probably could have at least remembered it better. But here we are, doing it the way I am doing it. In the end, we'll get there. We will get through this. Just a matter of pacing. I will say, though, based on the difficulty of bosses up to this point and the difficulty of just the game in general, I don't anticipate having as big an issue with this Dracula fight as I did with the Circle of the Moon Dracula fight. Because we were having trouble with Circle of the Moon left and fucking right. It is locked with a magic spell. Yep, held the bracelet above my head, and now we can get in here. And this is a familiar looking staircase. Put the bracelet away so we actually have our stats back. I never did check the iron boots. Those are pretty good. Want my luck? Well, no, I probably should just put on nothing but goddamn defensive gear at this point. Actually, you know what? Hell with it. If I'm taking off my luck stuff, I may as well put on the Kaiser Knuckles for fun. Cross. Yeah, we'll go with cross. Book. Kneel before the round gate to be taken to a different place. I assume they mean this one. Let's... Okay, there's a thing up there. Yeah, there we go. Ah. That allows us to save before doing this. That's a good idea. I wonder if you were able to do that before it told you. Because if you could have done that before you were told that, that could be very useful information for getting this done faster in the future. Not that I would do it again anyway. But that's an interesting thought. Oh hey, Gloomwood just came out. Neat. Let's see what happens. Hey, Dracula, you in here? You're not Dracula. You're just a demon. Zuzu. Goddamn fucking strong need demons, I swear. Their knees are the most powerful thing they fucking got. And there we go, that's Pazuzu dealt with. So, if Dracula's not here, he must not be resurrected yet. Oh, we did find Liddy, though. Yeah, I had a feeling. As soon as we find her, everybody finds her. And now Death takes her. Uh-huh. And that's why this isn't over yet. And that opens the door that was pissing me off before. At least we've cracked past the barrier we were having. Based on the pacing sequences are taking, though, I think we'll be able to get through this rather quickly at this point. So I'm assuming we can also use this gate to get to a lot of new places. Potentially also to another boss fight. No, there's nothing here. Okay. Mystical robe. And there's also nothing up here. Okay, that's disappointing, but not surprising. Let's see. We've already been in a lot of that section in B, though. So So I am going to transition back to A and go through that section in A. Because we've got 70% of B, but only 55% of A. So if we go through all the places we've been through in B, that should lead us to something. Logically. I do still have that guide on standby if I end up with something that starts not making sense. But since there were no other doors that looked quite like that one, I don't think that'll open any other doors, so I don't need to worry about the bracelet being an issue anymore. I was checking my level because the guide mentioned what level it was that they did the fights at. I'm actually 2 levels ahead of where they were, apparently. Probably because of the looping we did. Here's this room again. Numbers and everything. I'm assuming this is a deeper puzzle that doesn't need to be done. Probably just involves getting some secret item, so I'm not that fussed about it. We thankfully have a map of the general area because we went through this in B already. Okay, we found another boss door. We have no healing. But presumably there will be another save room over here in this reality. Yes, okay. So we're good for this fight. If it gets hairy, I can use the mana prism to have more magic to throw at them. Oh, it's just the Minotaur again, just with a flail instead of a axe. I should use a different form of the cross. Oh god, that hurts a lot. I gotta make sure to not be where that ball is. God damn it! Okay, this version of the fight kinda sucks. Considering that ball can just be parked on your head. And then just murder you in like 3 hits. That said, it's very clear that we can deal with him just fine. Just a matter of that particular variation has an issue. I'm gonna use this version of the cross to keep him at a distance. Juice, we'll go ahead and switch back to regular cross, which should be able to keep him at a distance as well. Yeah, you keep swinging your ball around at me. See how well that works out for you, buddy. He's a tanky boy. How much fucking health do you have, you big bastard? There we go. He just had a shitload of health. But that's the end of the Minotaur again. Presumably he's guarding another piece of Dracula. No, he was hiding the steel tip. Okay. We just have a flail of our own now. Well, that's probably better for everything that isn't requiring the crushing stone, to be fair, so... Suppose that was worth it. It's not a progression item as far as I can tell, which is a bit unfortunate. Unless that breaks certain walls. It might. Doesn't have a charge attack. That much is clear. The elevator's desperately trying to keep up with my frantic fall down the damn shaft here. Okay, now we're back to regular lizard men. Okay, that's a door we still can't open, I presume. It's locked and we haven't received a key. But it's fine because we don't need to go there. Flea man. The steel tip does seem to be doing mostly the same damage. Even though it did increase our strength, which is a little weird. Holy ring. Does that by chance make the cross better, for example? Hard for curses to be cast on the wearer, so it's curse protection. We get cursed a bunch, but I'm not that worried about it because curse isn't that bad aside from making you slower. Or at least in this one. In many others, it prevents you from attacking. That's an issue. But walking around at normal speed, that's fine. It does mean we get hit a little bit more, but it's not like an oh my god, we're gonna die situation. Actually, I might want to go back up and check those doors. Rather than blitzing off down here. Hang on. Because one of those two doors might actually be a door I can open in this reality. Which will then open us other options. Nope, that's still a glowing Fedora fuckery. Just in case the bracelet works on these two, though I'm pretty confident that it doesn't. Yep, it's still locked. Okay. Very good. And that most likely means that that floor or shaft is not open either. So we'll just go ahead and move right along. The new enemies definitely do a lot of damage. Yeah, this one, not my favorite, but this one's really not very many people's favorite so far, it seems. But how you doing, Chris? Okay, we're back in this room, which is consistent between both worlds, okay. All the random nonsense we found along the way. Which way do I want to go? Kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other at the moment. Nice. It'd be hard to tell with that kind of thing. Because if your memory tells you, yes, you did, you may have, like, gotten very close and then didn't. But you're remembering it as you did. There's a lot of options with that one. I'm not gonna waste my time dealing with these. I'm just gonna keep them busy with that and move on with my life. I wonder if the shopkeeper's in both realities or not. Because he should be right down here, so we may as well check on that, because I could do with buying some more healing. Generally, yeah. I'm not exactly committed to only classic games. It's just a matter of I know a lot of these are good, and since I already own a lot of this, I don't have to spend more money. So there's the practical angle on that as well. Okay, that room is useless. So the merchant does not appear to exist in this side. He's only in the other side. There's this thing, though. Whatever the hell this is. I can only assume I do not have whatever I need for this. Come on, game. I need to use this elixir or I'm gonna die. And that's the biggest issue with this one, aside from the padding we've been running into, is even more so than some of the other ones in the series, it's very easy to get juggled to death in this one. It's really unfortunate. Could go back to the save point, but I'd rather just go this way. Oh, hey, a boss. This could either go real great or real bad. Oh, it's essentially the Guardian armor without his shield. I see. Hello, bigger boy. Oh, it's Talos, okay. I understand what that is. Boy, pull it with the hand, buddy. Wow, okay, he can just put his hand there and destroy me. That's upsetting. Let's switch spellbooks. And start staying the hell away from him. But I need the rest of these to disappear before I can switch completely. There we go. Oh, and he's gonna come stand on my fucking head, huh? Yeah, because that's fair and balanced. Yeah, let's just have him walk into the only spot you could possibly go and just contact damage you to death. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Well, on the one hand, we lost the map completion down there. On the other, 90% of that was useless. So, down with it. Because I have zero intentions of 100%ing that. Yeah, that will always be one of the things I will rant the most about, is when they do dumb shit like that. That's not interesting. There's no counterplay. It's just, hey, you're screwed. Enjoy being screwed. And even from a design standpoint, I can't think of a reason for it to be a thing. It just is a thing. Yeah, no, that's fair. UN Squadron is rough. Since I'm out of MP, let's turn the spellbook off and just start hucking crosses at him. Go with the classic Castlevania strategy of bury it in crosses. There's nothing a cross can't kill. How much health do you have, you big motherfucker? And then again, the Minotaur had a stupid amount of health. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing does too. Swing, step up, burn him. Fucking just walks away from it. Okay, he's dead. We're good. Easily done. Just had to figure out how to keep him under control. Life max. I would not be at all surprised if this was another pointless boss fight, though, because I've noticed that there's a bunch of boss fights in this game that don't get you anything. They literally just get you, like, a life up or something, and then send you on your fucking way. Like, this doesn't lead anywhere, there's no progression item here, this was just an extra boss. And there's a lot of those kicking around in here. The bat was pointless, debatably, the last Minotaur I killed was kind of pointless, because all it gave me was a slightly better whip. And I do say slightly, because I think I gained like 2 damage on most things I'm hitting. This is a dead end. No. Also very disappointing that this dead end had absolutely nothing in it. Like, I could make a case where they expected you to use the medicine jars that are scattered around the game to protect you against situations like Talos walking into the wall there. But by the same token, they could have just not implemented the medicine jars and not made that situation happen. And I think everybody would have been happier. Because for those who don't know, those medicine jars give you temporary invincibility entirely. So, it would work. But it begs the question of why bother. Okay. So there's another warp here. Considering we're currently in A side and we've already done this whole area in B side, I don't see the point of this warp being here aside from for cleanup. Unless... Aha! That does work on... Son of a bitch. So this game does have fast travel of a sort. But it only teaches you that at this point in the game. More than halfway through it. So, yeah. It also only works once you have seen 2 of them. because it doesn't take you to ones you haven't seen. And the tone to my voice, for those who weren't here for the whole mess earlier, is because I was getting very frustrated about not being able to fast travel around the game at all, because we were having to do massive backtracking because of an issue we had. So I was getting quite annoyed. In some respects, I could see this current situation as the game taunting me. So there's an underwater section, and we cannot currently deal with that. So down there is a no-go. Because if I go down there, I'm going to steadily take more and more damage, because Yost is going to drown. Yeah, it's good to know now, but at the same time, it's a matter of, I'm not going to replay this, so to a degree, it's useless information. That's where it ends up being an issue for me, specifically. It's great for everybody who now knows that don't have to deal with that, absolutely. It's just unfortunate on my side of things. Because there's only so much more backtracking I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to do for the rest of this game. So it would have been better, pacing-wise, if they had given us that ability a little earlier on in the game, rather than waiting until basically everything is kicking off to give me that. At some point I ended up picking up a goddamn fist and the cross is long gone. Well. It might cause some issues, but we're stuck with it now and nothing to be done about it. I think we can go this way, but we haven't been down here in this reality, so who can say for sure, really? Ah, okay, we can, because we break this and this will break in the other world as well now. And we're gonna have to go over there. Well, I don't know if we have to go in there, but in order to find out what's on the other side of that, we are going to have to. That's definitely something that I'm just going to put a pin in for the moment and hope we can do other things that are productive. Because, presumably, there will be another transition door up there in that blue section. Now that we have more capabilities, presumably it will be available to us, and that will allow us to get around a little bit better and make that whole mechanic actually worth something. Because right now, looping between the three places it can make me able to loop isn't very helpful. I do only lose 1 defense in exchange for high resist to lightning, so that's probably worth it. So from here I want to go further left. Honestly, for me, there ain't much of that. Because I'm one of those people that prefers a new experience over redoing an old experience. And my memory lasts too long. If I remember a game completely, I'm not interested in it anymore. I've never really been able to repeat experiences very well. Assume I need both the boxes over here, yeah. Push this box over here in order to push the other box off to get it down there. I don't see a way to get both over there though, so I assume I have to make use of... Here's the problem. Yeah, I pushed that box too far. I need to stop it before the edge. That way I have room to stand. I didn't read the ledges properly. We push it over now, and then we push this box in to be able to push it the rest of the way. But I assume you have something you can go back to all the time with it being just as good. Making more redstone. It's a joyous day. Because that's what you like to see. That's fair. Legend of Dragoon is fantastic, but it is long enough that I'm not sure I could repeat it. But I do need to go get around to finishing it at some point. Someday. Mario RPG is at least a bit shorter. I accidentally boss fight. So it's Legion again, huh? Interesting. Then again, that explains why there was the designation between Saint and presumably whatever the hell this is. Fair enough. The charge attack would do much to this situation. Ooh, negative. Oh yeah. Where do you get the time? Honestly. More than anything, I just don't understand how you would have the time to commit to something like that. Not that it's not worth it, just a matter of... that's a long investment. And I guess once you're used to it, you can definitely streamline it and make 100%ing something like that faster. Ooh, boy. That is an investment. This is definitely a better move for dealing with this fight. Well, God, at least. I mean, I can't imagine that there's a world in which it doesn't take a while. I'm betting even the speedrun for that game would probably be pretty long. You gotta consider, it's 4 discs worth of game. There's only so much you can fly through. Yeah. Getting through one of the discs in a day makes sense. It's just, I don't think you could do all of them in one day. Okay, we now have Cypher's Charm, whatever the hell that does. Ah. So what you're telling me is that was also pointless. Don't get me wrong, better MP regen is nice, but that seems altogether non-essential. Which, part of me appreciates the amount of extra stuff there is in this game, but at the same time... if you mean Bloodlines, yes. Honestly, out of the classic Castlevanias, that's probably one of my favorites. Like, about the only one I would put higher than Bloodlines would probably be Rondo of Blood. The biggest issue with Rondo of Blood being it's kind of a pain to get a hold of, though there are remakes of it now, so not as bad. I might have done fucked up. If I push this off, we now have a problem. But if I drop them down the hole, we also have a problem. I'm pretty sure. May as well try it. But I think the spacing's bad on that, and we're gonna not have enough crates. Yeah, it's just gonna get stuck. So that doesn't solve the problem either. I can't, like, roll the crate over that, so that's not cool. Probably involves something stupid like this. Push this to here, and over to here. I did not realize that was going to land directly on that, though. I lined that up wrong. Yeah, because the key would then be to slide this one onto them with enough room to be able to slide it the rest of the way. So my positioning is just ever so slightly off. But I think that's the right idea. Now I can push this off the top and have room to push it. A little bit of a dumb puzzle, but we got there. And I assume that floodgate key is probably important. And this brings us back up top, after a fashion. I think the issue I'm running into with this, to a degree, also is the disjointed nature of this whole place. The fact that there are just certain parts you have to be in one or the other to get to. So you end up with a lot of back and forth to each of the portals. Which, now that we have access to multiple portals, isn't as bad, but it still has problems. And we're also kind of in a shitty position again, because we now have to go back and figure out where that floodgate key goes. Because we can't go any further up. Once we get to the save point, though, I'm going to try something stupid for a second. And I'm going to be really mad if it works, to a degree. Okay, no, nothing happens. If they had another secret warp in that you knelt down in front of a save point and it warped you, I might have screamed in frustration. Because that would have solved so many problems. That would have been a hell of a thing. Though actually, for sake of sanity, I am going to see where that floodgate key is used. I am foregoing to figure this all out to a degree. Pazuzu. R2. Legion Corps. Okay. It is the lion statue we saw before with the keyhole on it, as expected. And that is the next required step of the process. Which, that was the more important part of what I was checking, was making sure that was actually what I needed to do next, and it wasn't just a needless wander off in a random fucking direction. So on that note, let me see how much more there is left. Okay, there's not actually that much left of the game. So I'm pretty sure I can get this done before... or 8 hours. Depending on how badly some of the boss fights go. So this shouldn't be too bad. Because I don't really want to go more than 8 hours at this. Just in one sitting. It's a little bit long of a stream. With the way this is being described to me, I'm pretty confident we can just blaze through the rest of this in probably an hour. As long as we don't get stuck anywhere. Which, judging from the way this is reading, we kinda can't anymore get, at least not as badly as we did earlier. Especially not since I am using the guide as a fallback. When my own logic starts getting a little iffy. Which, I did not want to use a guide, but with the way it got kind of shitty about things earlier, I wanted to make sure we don't have more problems for sake of watchability. And we all know the more tired I get, the worse that was gonna get, so... This does mean I'm gonna have to figure out another game for tomorrow, though. Now, I do anticipate the final fights being a little rough at the rate I'm blitzing through now, is I would not be at all shocked if we end up under-leveled and a little under-equipped. But I'm pretty confident we can survive. The only minor backtrack I'm going to make sure to do is I'm going to go check with the merchant and stock up on healing before we do those final sequences, just to ensure we don't have to repeat them 1,000 times, as if at all possible. Because we have been kind of riding on the razor's edge of disaster for a bit. I keep forgetting I have the fist weapon again, so it's not the move I'm expecting to have. Oh god, that's a lot of witches. Get me the hell out of there. Okay. Something interesting in a kind of annoying way that I learned, by the way, is there are merchant locations that will only trigger if you're a certain level when you go to them. So saith the guide. So that kind of stinks. Oh hey, hint card 1 that I apparently never picked up. What does this tell me? Oh, thanks. The thing we already figured out. Cheers for that game. Appreciate it. You know, that thing we're heading towards right now? Yeah, that thing. You may want to consider using it. Check this room. Yeah, this is that room again. The other one is, of course, the room we need. Behind all this crap. Floodgate key was used, and that'll drain the other side of this area so we can actually get into there. That'll be what we need. Another wrong turn. God damn it. The door I was literally looking at was the correct path, because of course it was. Let me through, goodbye. Zoom zoom. Zoom zoom zoom. Nope. God damn it. I thought I could jump and kick him before he got to me. Sadly, I was a little too slow. Either way. Zoom zoom! Fuck you. Dang it. Get me through. You are too shit to harm me. I'm gonna wear out the shoulder buttons on this controller. Guys actually hurt, and they're not doing the move I can just jump over or under rather, because the skeleton blazes would just try to do a jump kick and you could just slide under them and laugh at them. These guys actually try. Oh, we're at the boss door already, huh? We did hit the save room recently enough. I'm a little sad that I don't have full MP for this, but it is what it is. Check to see if those leggings are stronger. Desiring boots. They are. Of course they are. Got a bad feeling about what we're going to be dealing with, so I'm going to make sure that we are relatively well prepared. This... I don't know if I'll get cursed, so I'll take Cypher's thing so I get fast MP recharge. And we'll go ahead and use the healing armor to top up our health before we go in there. Because I'm going to be letting the MP regen anyway. So we may as well let both fill up. Once they're in good working order, we'll go ahead and take on this fight. After this fight, I'll probably go see the merchant, since it's in this general area. Get stocked up on healing, since we have the money for it. And that should carry me through the rest of the game. Well, map completion-wise, it's 155%. Total actual gameplay completion, I'd say we're like 80% of the way done. Probably more than that. That is true. Mm-hmm. You figured it out. Now, I should probably use a different version of the book, though. This was not the version of the book I was reaching for, but it works pretty well. All things considered. Okay. This, I think, was the one I meant to have out. Except I, for some reason, can't cast it? So that's a problem? Damn. Oh. I see what went wrong. This has a little bit more reach, but stays on for quite a long time. Given the situation, I'm going to just Medicine Jar my way to fucking victory here. It's cheesy, but so is how fucking Death attacks. Or... what? Interesting. So, fun fact, don't use a Medicine Jar before the last one wore off. 'Cause it didn't add on time. It just consumed the Medicine Jar and did nothing. So that's great. I'm gonna go see the merchant first now, and then we're gonna go kill Death. Also, to no one's surprise, Death hits really fucking hard. That is, of course, assuming the merchant still exists, since apparently he can relocate based on your level. I don't know if he exists in all locations at once, or if he only exists in one. If he only exists in one at a time, we have an issue. Because without some means of healing ourselves, we are in deep shit. How do I keep managing to go this fucking far wrong now? Jesus Christ. Apart from the fact that this area kinda sucks to navigate. Since all of it's stacked on top of each other. They just kind of arbitrarily threw doorways around, it feels like. I thought that was where the merchant was. What? Oh well, fuck me. Unless the merchant's in that room, we do definitely have a problem. That said, the fact that those numbered rooms move... The fact that those numbered rooms exist, and I don't remember there being one down there, I'm pretty sure those are the rooms the merchant goes to. And that's a problem. Because that means if I want to go buy any healing items, I'm going to have to go all around the damn world looking for this fucking guy. Unless the guide happens to have some insight as to where the hell the merchant goes. Which you would think it would, but I haven't looked yet, so I cannot guarantee. And I do have to go all the way the fuck around and jump over it and all that. I'm reasonably confident what I'm doing now is pointless, because if I just hadn't hit the button, I would have been able to go through the door anyway. But I'm also like 90% sure he's not in there, because I remember him being on my right when I entered the room, not my left. whole lot of nothing in here. Okay then. Great. Love it. Fucking love it. Are you fucking kidding me, game? Yep, I have no listing as to where the hell the merchant shows up. Joy. That one needs to be 50 plus. Because basically, in order to find the merchant at this stage of the game, I would have to go back to every single one of those rooms we saw the numbers and such in, and guess if any of them have him in it. I may even be at a particular level where he doesn't show up at all. I am not without recourse on that, but the flip side to that is I would have to go farm an enemy that drops healing items. So we might be in a position where we're going to get stalled hard. The up top merchant requires I have an even number of hearts, though. That should be doable. I'm gonna go ahead and go up there and try that. Is that's at the very least easy to get to, because I can just take the warp up there. And that should, in theory, allow us to buy what I'm going to need. And as much as the traveling merchant thing's a neat idea, this is another neat idea that I don't think hits very well. Because for a basic feature like a goddamn merchant to get what you need, to be locked behind kind of obtuse nonsense like, oh hey, you have to be insert level here, or have an even amount of hearts, or whatever the fuck, is not great. To open up extra things with something like that, sure. A basic feature like a merchant, a little bit stupid. Yeah, since we have a maximum of 108 hearts, we have an even number. It ends in an 8, so I would certainly hope it's an even number, but I'm kind of in the mood of anything could be a load of fuckery right now, and I wouldn't be shocked. Okay, where are we right now? We are currently in Castle B. I think that's the wrong castle. Yes, I need to be in A. And I'm thinking that they literally gave you this transportation to chase this fucking merchant. Since I can't help but notice that I think a lot of his spawn locations are actually near places that these warps are. This particular location's over here. That little nub we saw on the right of this shaft here. Yep, there he is. Okay, he should also have some neat stuff in here. Ah, okay. Saw a Twitch notification pop up, so I wanted to make sure. Okay. The heavy armor is slightly better, but it's not better enough to make it worth me paying the amount they want for it. The bloody glove seems pretty good. Though I think that's replacing the Kaiser knuckle at the moment. That's why it's making as much of a difference as it is. And I think I'll just pour all my money into healing. Especially if they're gonna let me have double-digit healing items, I'm just going to go ham. There we go. 28 potions and 15 high potions should sort our nonsense out. Just so we have a nice round number there. Okay. And I'm betting they allow you to buy a shitload of them because they fully expect you not to be able to find him again. Not without scouring the entire goddamn map for him. But short of being instant killed, we should be in good shape now. And if we get instant killed by something, well, so be it. Now we warp back down to where we were, and we go sort death out. I should save here just to save backtracking if he does manage to kill me. Did I open the floodgate already? I don't even fucking know anymore. I run back and forth through those save points around here so much that I've lost track of what anything is. Judging from the fact that I haven't had any water yet, though, I think we're good. Yep, we're good. Alright, Death. Round 2. Here we go, motherfucker. Now then. Yeah, that one's not the one I need. I guess maybe fire is the better choice at the minute. Since that'll put a fire pillar that I don't need to be near. That is doing a lot of damage to death. The book off and just use books as is. And replace the Kaiser Knuckle with the thing. The thing with the thing. That one. I am not above cheesing the shit out of this with the way he just destroyed me last time. Considering just how much goddamn damage he can do to me. He just with touch alone. But you know, he's death. It makes sense that he can hit like a fucking truck. But it's still upsetting one way or the other. Yeah, that's where I wanted the book to go, clearly, yes. The other way, away from the guy I'm trying to kill. That is one unfortunate thing, is we couldn't buy any mana potions. So I can't just go max spam. I feel like that should have hit me, and I'm happy that it didn't. And death is done. So I didn't even really need that much healing, as it turns out. Oh, nope. Death's not done yet. Death is not done yet. As usual, he has two forms. Should have remembered that. Ow, his tail hurts. Okay. Of course Death always has fucking two forms. Of course he does. He's a little shit that way. You don't get to be one of Dracula's most powerful servants without having two goddamn forms. Just gonna hit you with a whole fucking library, you son of a bitch. You think you know everything, Death? Read a fucking book. Read a motherfucking book. There we go. Death's done. Now he's actually done. I can help. They thought they got me with that. Griffin's Wing. Yep. That's how I thought that would work. Now we can jump indefinitely, pretty much. Similar to how it worked in Circle of the Moon. Once we have enough room, I'll demonstrate what I mean with that. I don't want to die fighting these guys after having fucking defeated Death. You'll notice if I input it correctly, I can just kind of jump on the ceiling. That's probably going to be important. It also allows us to get back into the entrance, which is the important part. After beating Death, we need to go back in there and go kick some ass. let me double check one important thing. Okay. Along our current route, we're gonna get the rest of that. Okay. That's fine then. Where is... Oh, I have that already. Okay, we're fine on that. No, I don't. I don't have that yet. I have heart and nail. I do need to go get that. Okay, we're gonna have to do a bit of warping around. Only a little bit, though. Technically, there's more I could do, but I'm not gonna worry about getting every life up, getting everything. I'm only going to ensure that we can end the game at this point. The fact that I do have to do a little bit of globetrotting after getting this is unfortunate. And that's gonna cause a slight wrinkle in my plan. But we already encountered one wrinkle in the plan, and I got that wrinkle out, so... we'll be fine. Oh, I probably need to do a thing in the other part to get that open, don't I? I only skimmed the bit they were talking about that in, specifically where it was. No, there's still blocks there. Isn't that what they were talking about? Okay. I think I just didn't go far enough over. I think I just had a fundamental misunderstanding there. No, because we've already been up. Ooh, but we haven't been up there in A, and that's the problem, I think. Fucking hell. Is there... relatively strong, yeah. We're running around with the Griffin Wing to grab the last few pieces of Vlad, and then we'll go finish things off. Except I'm misunderstanding where the hell the guide is talking about where this fucking thing is. It's kind of driving me a little batty. It's saying something about getting past a Spectre to get to the eye, which I assumed was over in here, but that doesn't make sense, and there's also this room up here I can't get to. That's neither here nor there. It says, head down the steps, enter the right room, travel past the Spectre to the right, not down the stairs, and use the Griffin's Wing to get up to a life max, then go to Castle A, do the same thing, and you'll find the Eye of Vlad there. Did I just not go far enough right? go back to the correct castle. So this will be Castle A that I need to be in. Is all the relics of Vlad seem to be in Castle A, as I thought before. And if you're wondering why I'm using a guide, at this point I'm trying to manage to make this be done in one day. And in order to do that, I need to have the guidance of a guide, unfortunately. Because there's too much traveling all over fucking Great Creation. Maybe... I mean, just over here or something? Also, I really wish it wasn't a down-up motion to make this damn Griffin's Wing work. It really does not consistently behave itself. Unless maybe there's an order of operations thing I missed to make the blocks get out of the way, but there's no mention of blocks in the guide. So I don't know. It's based on the way they describe it in the guide, it should have been like right up here. But we didn't need the Griffin's Wing to get up here. Oh, it would help if I was in the right fucking castle. I'm getting so damn crossed up because of this stupid nonsense I'm dealing with here. We were just over there in the other castle, too, and we didn't see it, so I have no fucking idea. Because there's these blocks up here that I figured that's where it would have been, but that's apparently not where it is. Apparently there's a specter in here somewhere I need to get past without going downstairs. But there's... Like, I'm genuinely wondering if my guide is just on fucking in some drugs or something here. I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Unless they mean, like, all the way down here somehow. Because they mention Chapel of Dissonance as if I'm supposed to remember where the line between those two places is. Since it never shows the name of places after the first time you see it. Yeah, because traveling past the Spectre is in B to get to a life max. And then you head back to the warp room, go to Castle A, do the same movement. And that's where the eye is. But I have no idea where the hell this life max they're talking about is to begin with. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I genuinely might just try to find another guide fast that might have this in better plain speak rather than the fucking nonsense this is. Floodgate key. Okay, I do have one more thing I need to go get, and that's why they're... Oh, this one just does it in a completely different fucking order, and I have no idea what the hell it's on about either. Fucking...
Hello there.
Hey, Prides. Just losing my mind a little bit, bear with me. Okay, it is supposed to be there. Why am I not seeing it then? I was in the right spot, just apparently I'm not seeing it? Which is really weird. Like, I'm wondering if it's like inside a wall and the guy didn't kind of mention that to me. There it is. And I'm actually a little extra annoyed at myself right now because I remember seeing that now. I remember looking at that and trying to get to it by bouncing off of something. But my brain is in such a absolute shit show of a situation at this point because of how many different aggravating situations we've had with this that I'm just losing in it entirely. Now there's two other things we need. That we absolutely need anyway. Is the thing I was bouncing off of before the blocks, we need a special pair of boots to break those. based on what I'm seeing, boots are over in this area over here. Because, unlike how I did it, both the guides and everything were all defeating Talos after death. Whereas I've already beaten Talos before fighting death at all, because I was fucking lost. Well, you know, we don't know how to swing the whip up. Because this guy's a bit of an idiot. Fuck's sake. Well, to be fair, he doesn't know how to do this, he's using magic to do this. But you'd think with the speed we're going up at, he'd bust through some blocks just fine. But no. Of course that doesn't fucking work that way. Us a key. And that skull key opens all those doors we've been seeing that we couldn't fucking open, probably. Yeah. Some of them definitely got the short end of the stick on names. And of course I bounce off a fucking flea man on the other side of this son of a bitch. You know what? I'm done with this. Invincibility, fuck you! Tired of this shit. Outta here. But that key opens the rest of the doors, I'm pretty sure. Aside from like one or two more. Now... where precisely are these fucking crushing boots? Crushing stone, which I found ages ago at this point. I assume they mean that. For some reason it has a different name according to this map, and I'm just not going to fucking argue right now. We're once again in that awkward situation that I keep finding myself in now and then, where I'm so close to the finish of something that I don't want to put it off to next time, but we're also so far along time-wise that I don't want to stop either. I mean, that I find it hard to continue, rather. Okay, so I need to get back over to the entrance area now, which is on the other end of the map. I don't know if the key I have will open the door over there or not. The best path I can see is going up through the space on the right there. Which castle is that in? That is in Castle A. Okay. The unfortunate thing is, it's basically right back at the beginning of the fucking game. We just couldn't get there at the time. Wait, actually no, I have an idea. I know how to get back there a smarter way. Because there are warp points on this goddamn map, and I should be using them. One of which takes me back to the entrance in the castle I need to be in. I just don't remember which one goes to which one. No, I remember which one goes to which one. A goes to... A. Yeah. See that one over there? I need to get to that one to get up there. Or I could... It literally doesn't fucking matter. Well, that's a hindsight moment and a half now, isn't it? I may as well just jump up the damn hole at that point. 'Cause of course it happens to be basically right next to the same place. This game is intent on pissing me off. And see, the very way I'm getting through here is exactly why I'm saying they should have had more ways to get around the map without having to do this. Is literally the exciting gameplay of I mash my shoulder button and dash as fast as I can across the map. Really ain't the most enthralling gameplay for me to do or you guys to watch. And yet here we are anyway. Deal with over here. This might actually lead to a better place. I'm glad you're excited about that. I am happy to be able to manage to go this long, but I really wish this game wasn't making it be this way. If that makes sense. Because a lot of this, I feel, at this point, shouldn't be necessary, and yet here we fucking are, like I've said multiple times with this game. Because of design decisions, a lot of this is necessary even though it shouldn't have been. Admittedly, I'm currently on a absolutely worthless side path to a degree. That's fair. And I am happy that people are bothering to sit through this, but... in situations like this, I worry that people aren't going to keep watching, is part of the problem. And in the end, it'll become a matter of, well, if nobody watched, why'd I bother doing it? Which the follow-up to that would be because I enjoyed it, and I gotta tell you, not enjoying this part as much. Not really. I don't mind exploring and having to go get things from various places, but I feel like a lot of this is unnecessary, and it is more spread out than it needs to be. It feels less like exploring and more like a chore. I've kind of just instinctively ended up where all of this other stuff is. Oh hey, the merchant's fucking here. I'm happy and angry at the same time. Because at this point I have no money to buy anything, really. Because we went and fucking hunted him down, and now we accidentally goddamn trip over his stupid ass. And I could go like, oh, I'll just go take a break, but at this fucking point, there's no point in taking a break either. So I really put myself in a fucking catch-22 situation with my own stubbornness. What I've really got to do is learn my goddamn limits better. And stop trying to push myself so much. Yeah. We all know I'm not going to learn that lesson either anytime soon. And don't get me wrong, it's better to push my limits somewhat. But, I don't know. Well, yeah. Heaven's Ring strengthens the axe. Well, I do currently have the axe. Not that I'm sure I want the axe for the finale, but we may as well hang on to it for now. This side path aside, though, let's actually get where we're supposed to be. Like, it should tell you a lot that even though I'm annoyed with the game, I was willing to run off on that side path just because I saw it. Fine. Fucking knives. No. Because it's not that I hate this game, and I'm not even that upset with it. I am somewhat frustrated because of the amount of backtracking and running all over the goddamn map we're having to do in ways that aren't as satisfying as they honestly could be. And I have, of course, running up toward later hours that I don't want to be running up against. So I'm also forcing myself to rush, which is where we start running into a problem. So I once again put myself in a position where my own interests are conflicting with each other. And that's no good for anybody. Because it ends up making everything you're doing infinitely less satisfying when you have to rush it. But at this point I've committed far enough that there's no practical way to back out. Because if I back out and finish it tomorrow, I'll be playing the game for probably like an hour. And that's just not very effective either. Because I then just have this odd, shitty little piece I either need to splice into today's, or have be its own awkward piece that people have to click on to watch. That's just not any good either. Like, it's just nothing but bad choices at that point. I am yet again kicking myself and going, yeah, I should have just split this when I thought about splitting it back at like hour 5, then it would have at least been a 5-hour stream and probably like 4. Because I would have then taken my time rather than zooming through like I am right now. But that's how hindsight works, is you're gonna regret choices you make, and you're gonna go, wow, I should have not done it this way. But we're here, so we're gonna goddamn do it this way. We're gonna get it done. Yeah, because the skeleton key doesn't work on those doors. But we can now launch ourselves up here, and that's how we get back into the entrance section that we were in back at the beginning of the fucking game. And so much has happened since then. You have to be absolutely fully charged to break those, by the way, which is another kind of shitty thing about that. But now we're back here where it all started. Now I'll be referring back to my map to figure out where the fuck that actually is. Literally a room we've been to. We just need to be able to jump high enough in it to get what we want. Like, the thing is, on a conceptual level, what they're doing here is good. The problem is, and part of it's my own fault, the way this game has played out is partially my fault because of the fact that we had that issue earlier that really soured me on a lot of the way this was going. So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt from that as well. And I'm willing to admit that it is on me. The thing of it is, there are still issues, like I said, with it being expanded out too far. The fact that there's literally the same castle twice, just with a different coat of paint on it, isn't great. Just because they did it in Symphony of the Night with the inverted castle doesn't mean they needed to do it again here. I also don't recall having to go back and forth between the two that much with that. But here we are literally going back and forth like every 5 minutes in some cases. So somewhere over here is where the boots are that I need. And once we have that, we can open the final area. Could always have gotten this. We couldn't have gotten to 4. It's over here. Last ring. And the map is lying. What the fuck? Oh. Good job, stupid. I'm in the wrong castle. Okay, I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this without having to go all the way back. Man, am I annoyed. I am just making a hash of this whole thing at this point. Wrong turn. Back over here, where we were a very, very long time ago, but we couldn't jump high enough to get through, is where another warp is. Now, I'm breathing. I'm about ready to start breathing fire, but I am breathing. And welcome to the problem. The very statement that you've lost count on the castles is exactly the problem I'm running into. On the bright side, there's the other key we need. We now have every key in the game. We don't have anything else that can stop us aside from that one set of blocks that we need to go break with our feet. And of course, we have my favorite game mechanic, enemies that can only sometimes be hurt, because that's fun. They really just kind of populated the latter half of this game with every bad idea they could come up with, didn't they? Oh yeah, you know those devils that were a boss? Yeah, no, they're just a regular enemy. Because that's a great thing. I have no idea where the hell I'm going now. We do need to be there. So we'll go get whatever the hell this is. Why did you mark it with that? That is not a useful item. That is a set of fucking curtains. Mapmaker, why are you a monster? The Mapmaker is a horrible monster, and I feel pain. What is this thing? Well, that happened. Yeah, judging from the damage we took from those clear bones, I have some concerns about the state of our gear and our level at this point. But I've committed. Fucking do it. I will make it work somehow. Yep, nothing up there. Not even my knees. My knees are gone. Hi. This is a problem. Ow, God, you hurt. God damn it, game! So guess when I put in the input to slide. I'll give you a hint. It was not when it happened. I just didn't want to have to sit there and fight a spongy pain in my ass. And the game punished me for it. What I should have just done was drink the damn medicine jar I had that I was trying to save for an emergency. Use that to just get past his annoying ass. I'll stretch in a moment, though. This is already stretching my patience. Very annoyed with the way that ended over there. Not that I have that much choice, because, you know, it's already happened, but, you know. I'm gonna try going around this other way, in the hopes that it's less terrible. Man alive, they really eat up the damage of everything in this goddamn area compared to where we were. Considering some stuff in here does like 40, and then other things do like 120. There's a boss here. Okay. Hi. It's me. Oh boy. What? Did anybody see what hit me? Because as far as I could tell, I wasn't touched by the hammer. Or am I just losing it at this point? So no matter which way we go, we have a problem. Because that Cyclops is real fucking strong. And if I'm having issues like that with him, I think we are under-leveled. And under-equipped, as I expected. Which is a problem. That is about as expected. See, contact damage with him is doing, like, no damage. Why the hell is he so weak and everything else so fucking ridiculous in here? This doesn't make sense. He shouldn't be doing single-digit damage when other things in here are doing triple-digit. Either he should be stronger or they should be weaker. Something really ain't fucking right here. Considering this is all the same area. That's some wacky scaling. Like, I had expected him to be a legitimate threat, which is why I skipped past these guys. Instead, they're over here doing single-digit damage. They're also giving, like, no experience, it seems. Yeah. I think they gave, like, 100? The fuck? They take that much of a beating and they give me nothing. That guy gave 1, because, you know, he's a Spectre, he sucks, that's to be expected. He gave 1. What the hell? that's a Master Lizard. We know that's a new enemy. Will you give an actual reasonable fucking amount of experience, or are you gonna be a waste of my time too? You're a waste of my fucking time too, pretty much. But what is going on with this game at this point? We've got all three flavors of Lizardmen running around in the same goddamn screen. We've got enemies in the final area doing fucking single-digit damage and giving 1 experience. I don't fucking understand. Something is very wrong here. Like, I get that this is technically the beginning of the game, but it's also the end of the game, because of the very fucking ass-backwards way they've designed this. Like, I'm not expecting to gain fast experience, but I was expecting to get a little bit more than a negligible amount from half the things in here. Because that kind of encourages me just to continue doing the stupid shit I've been doing. Because it makes it seem very valueless to bother to fight these things. I'm betting I need better equipment more than I need levels. Interesting that that actually lowers my defense relative to the kettle hat. Well, relative to that. That is better. Okay. Just let me tell you, the jumbled mess that is that inventory also could use a sort button. But that's been a genre issue. That's not something I can blame on this game in particular. Skull key used, which gets us back to where we were before. And I'm going to use that save point over there as a bit of a bed hedge. Which is why I came back over here. This way we're not constantly respawning back at the save point on the other side. So this is clearly going to go over 8 hours at this point. Because we haven't even gotten half of the damn relics we need. All because this one's been such a problem. Well, I shouldn't say we don't have half of what we need. We have most of it. We just need to go get 2 other ones after this, is the issue. And that's going to involve me figuring out where they are, which that's not going to be too bad because the map. The final set of fights is going to be what's going to be an issue in terms of time. Basically what this is going to mean is I'm going to have to step away for a few minutes toward the end, and then we'll finish off, is pretty much how this is going to play out. Okay, the defense is going up now. So I think I somehow went the wrong way around, and that's how I ran into the Pike Master. Actually, no. The Pike Master's right there. We went around him this time purely by accident. And I'll take it. Because fuck that guy. We've got some fake Belmonts running around over here. Owls. Okay, I think we're just about in the room I need to be in to get the damn crushing boots and break out of this issue we have now. This should be the room in question. There's a dumb furniture thing up here. Smiling statue. I am not smiling, but at least the statue is. Jesus Christ. Y'all heard a lot. Could you kindly stop? And I'm not as annoyed as I sound. I am playing it up a little bit, trying to make this entertaining again, but I don't know if me being angry is entertaining to anyone. So, there's also the iffy nonsense there. But yeah, all that just to get this pair of boots. Which are a good item, but you'll notice, used with high jump, it's possible to smash through some ceilings. That's the whole fucking point of this adventure. It's getting those boots to crack that one ceiling we saw. Which then enables us to do one particular thing, and then it all kind of cracks from there. But I do need to go get the last couple bits of Dracula. So let me just make sure where the hell those are. And which ones I actually have. Because I know I have the eye and the nail. I think I have the heart as well. Yes. So I just need the fang and the rib. So there's also a ring that I'm not seeing listed in the relics. So I don't think I need that. But I will probably go get it anyway, depending on where it is. Okay, the rib's easy to get. It's right by where we started our little trek over here. But we needed the crushing boots to get in there. And you know, there's just a pity potion laying down there. Because potions are clearly going to heal the kind of damage we're taking in this place, yes. What do you have for my emotional damage? Ah. And then there's this shit happening, and we're just not going to talk about that any further. Which I understand why they don't let us buy serious healing items like the elixirs and such, because that would be really game-breaking to a degree, ignoring the fact that future games let us do that. Because honestly, in those future games, it does make it a little easy to just heal, full tank your way through that. I mean, it's also a sound alert that I could have enabled, but I didn't, because I knew shit like that was going to happen, and I didn't want that to happen. Okay, there's an elixir. That'll be helpful. And at the rate we're going, we might actually get to a more appropriate level. So we are, just for reference sake, based on the guide that mentioned what levels they were at, we're some, like, 10 levels behind. Right, we're back at the boss we had an issue with the Cyclops before. I could go back up and around. We are geared a little bit better. Do I think I can handle him? The answer is iffy. It's a very iffy prospect whether I can take him or not. And if I fuck up, we're going to lose a bunch of progress. Oh yeah, the plate mail I picked up is better than the lightning robe, so I should be wearing that. Like, it'd be lovely just to have, like, an optimize button. Right about now. Just optimize for defense. Give me all of the fucking defense you can find. So I think at this point I am wearing the best defense I have. Considering everything I'm wearing is new equipment now. Pushing up to full. The only real threat we have from him is if he can pop me in one go. Which he definitely can. I think I literally got just caught by the tip of it on the bounce when he killed me before. This fight's not actually that bad. He's gonna charge again. Now we throw the fire at him. God damn it, I couldn't fucking see him. So the game just screws me immediately. I should have just been patient and waited. But since I couldn't see him, I wanted to know what the hell he was doing. So I knew when to jump. There we go. But see, Cyclops isn't really an issue. You just need to not let him get to hit you much. Thank you. This definitely hurts like a hell when he hits you. But that is also another case of it's literally just a boss that's blocking you from getting from A to B quicker. That boss really served no other purpose. Which I think of all things is genuinely the thing that's annoying me the most with this game. So I can't really think of too many other abjectly pointless bosses in the other games. They usually at least lead to a power-up or something. Or they're blocking the way to progress at all. Thank you for the bits, Wild. I do appreciate that. shot my mark, and now I've got to fiddle-faddle my way back through some crap to get where I need to be. Because one of the things we're looking for is literally at the beginning. Case in point, up here. That's fair. There's the Rib of Lead. Because don't get me wrong, in the past I have figured out things like this, and I do not find most of the go find this out in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere unreasonable, because that's just how these games work. I'm mostly getting frustrated about it because of my own current time constraint. I will happily lose 6 defense for 8 more strength, yes. Yeah, even these guys are doing 1 damage. And yet we have things that are doing triple digit. The scaling is fucking wacky. Wrong button. Fair, yeah. If you never have to draw all the line between the 2 dots, you don't remember how. So we've got that. We now need to go find the Fang, which is number 11. Which is back in that room we did the rolly ball thing in forever ago that was driving me up the wall. Which thankfully we have a very quick way to get to. We are conveniently very near where we need to be for that. Because the warp between traversal points is finally coming in handy. Which is why they enabled it at this point of the game, but I still think it would have been nicer if it was available sooner. I'm not gonna let that one go. Because it genuinely could have been a big turnaround for how the game was going for me, if that was different. But hopefully people are still at least having a reasonably enjoyable time. Is this? Wrong one. I need to be that one. Now, was that Castle A or B? That is in Castle A. Next month will be 1 year. At least 1 year since I got serious about it. And I'm only really counting from when I actually started making a serious go of it. Maybe. I mean, I'll probably do 8 hours that day. I will say that. I will probably go for 8 hours on that day. The problem is, I need to remember exactly what day that was. And for that, I'm going to have to go back through and do some looking. Because I genuinely do not remember exactly what day it was. But I have a video marked down with the day, so it will be easy enough to go find. I appreciate that. Get the ball rolling, but I don't need to deal with the ball this time. Admittedly, I still need to figure out what the hell I'm actually supposed to do to get to where we're going here, but... Remember how we actually were taking damage when we did this before? Now only the spikes hurt me. And genuinely, how do I get in there? The piece I need is blatantly in that room, but I don't know where in this room to go to get there. Of course, it would help incredibly if I ever knew what these places were fucking called after the first time I was in half of these. Because it doesn't tell you what anything's called after you fucking went in the first time. Yeah. Now I have Fang. Where in this do you find the Fang? Okay. They went and found it back when they were in here originally. So that means we have everything we need to get in there. Am I just in the wrong castle again? I could have sworn it isn't. Or are they just doing a total list of everything? Ah, it's a hole in the wall. I need to go back up toward where the spike pits are, it looks like. And there's just a section of wall you can slide through. Because, you know, you'll find that naturally. I just needed to find how to get through the wall in here to get to the Fang. But I've got it now. Literally, I just need to go back over the spike pits over here and slide into the damn wall. Ta-da! Because, you know, you're gonna think of that. Which, actually, with where it's sitting, you might. But, either way. I'm just annoyed. Well, based on genre savvy, I can actually tell you exactly what they thought you were going to consider with that. It's the fact that this shaft goes to nothing. The only ways you would have to get to this would be either from above it, or from the right or left of it. And since there's no room to the left of it, there's no way you could get to it from the left. That leaves a hidden passage on the right. Or a passage from the top. And judging from the way this area is laid out, you could never have gotten in there from the top. But yeah, naturally, it would be pretty hard to figure out how you were going to get in there. But that's exactly the logic they would have expected you to use to get to that point. And that's why I'm saying I can figure these things out, but it's a big jump. And since the door has shut since we have left the room, I now need to go through the whole rigmarole over here to go push the other button. Now that's the kind of shit you start to just get used to playing enough games like this. Like, that's not even that mind-blowing a trick, because I've definitely seen, like, holes you have to jump up into, walk through an entire sequence, and then end up where you're going. And said hole is nowhere near where you expect to end up. That's the kind of shit I'm used to. Ooh, that fucking twist your brain in half. Thing is, that's usually for extra things, not a required item like the Fang. It's a bit of an issue when hidden walls like that are used for required items. Give me one moment to go unlock the door of the house, because it's about that time. Thank you for the gifted sub up there, while. I hope Chris will enjoy that. Be right back in 1 second. As I said, doesn't take long. Literally just had to walk a room and a half. But we are back in business. There went that money through the wall. Jesus Christ. Come on now. Don't be that way. Who, as I've said multiple times, appreciate the support I've been getting in spite of me grumping and growling my way through this at this point. Don't do damage. Don't even give me knockback anymore. Just get off the screen. Okay. Now we're back here again. We just need... Well, I don't know if we need the ring, but I'm gonna go get the ring for safety's sake. So we don't have to do any more backtracking or anything after getting it. Need to find number 12. Okay, it's up there where we're gonna be kind of going anyway. Oh, son of a bitch, I could have actually gotten it already. Wait. Didn't I go there? Wait a tick. Yeah, we've been in that room. I mean, yeah. But at the same time, I don't like doing the grumbling and the grousing and all that, because I feel it's not entertaining, but at the same time it's honest, so I'd rather be honest. given the two choices there. So do I have Dracula's ring and just not realize it? Maybe it's named wrong. I'm gonna go check that spot just to be on the safe side. Because it's tripping me out a little bit that I have literally been to the spot it's sitting. And there's also a heart max there, so it may just be like inside a wall. And I didn't get it. So rather than the game having another excuse to fuck with me, I'm gonna go get it. First, we'll pop over here, because I apparently didn't go get this, which is the platinum tip, which is probably the best whip. Yeah, that'll help a lot. Another 25 strength? Yeah, that'll probably help. Yeah. All because I just didn't go down there, and I didn't even see that on the map. I just happened to look down and see that. Oh, right. No, we were in Castle B when we went over there. We've been up there in Castle A a long time ago, but we haven't been up there recently. That's the thing. It's probably like in a high spot in there that we couldn't reach before. It'll be a little bit of catharsis to just sprint through here and destroy everything in our path. I gotta say, with the state my throat is getting into, I'm very glad I opted out of reading out everything in this game, text-wise, like I have been with a lot of things, because my throat would not have survived. My throat is not up to that task yet. Though admittedly, part of that is the angry yelling that happened. I overshot, but the silver armor's probably good. When you're flying through like a crazy person like I've been, it's very easy to overshoot your mark. Especially when your mark appears to be through a ceiling. There we go. There's the difference. I honestly wouldn't have put it past this game to have it be through a fucking ceiling at this rate. Yep, there it is, right there. Vlad's ring. And again, in hindsight, I remember seeing it there, because we saw that back when we did the beginning of the game. And we could have went and got that when we had the double jump. But we never came back up here because you couldn't. But you technically could have. Did I just not see it in here, or is it actually somewhere else? I don't see it in here, but there wasn't a spot for another relic, I don't think. No, it apparently is... You know what? No. I'm not thinking about it that hard. No. I refuse to think about it that hard. Anyone paying attention will understand why I'm saying that, but we're just gonna move on. Exactly. Nothing bad happened. There were no inconsistencies. No, nothing. Nothing bad. No. Now, you will all find out in just a minute or two here why all that crap's important that we picked up. And I assure you, it's stupid. And I'm going to drop one fact here ahead of time. There are multiple endings. I'm only going to be doing one. Mostly because I only want to do the final fight once. If we had gotten done a lot quicker, I would have considered using a save to go back and do multiple endings. But at this stage, one ending is good enough for me, and it gives people reason to play the game themselves. Plus or minus my glowing endorsement of this game. So yeah, there's just kind of a hand up here. Just smash that. Opens a passage somewhere. Gee, I wonder where that passage could be. Where have we seen something that was mysteriously different than everything else in the entire game? Can't imagine where that would have been. Oh look, there's now a thing on the map that's just magically appeared. I didn't realize they were that unsubtle about that part. Making that section there just appear. Because that was not on the map before. But those who were here at the time would have noticed that there was a hatch on that pathway there that leads down into question mark that was never open. But yeah, that's where we're going. That's where the finale is going to take place. Now, while I'm on my way, I'm going to ask you all one question. Do you want me to try to get the good end? And I say try to get it because those of you that know will understand that there's one very good reason why it'll be slightly more complicated. That's one doesn't matter, okay. And I agree on that logic. I'm just going to see what anybody else thinks. Okay, that's 2. And I'm not going to get into why it would involve a bit of a change, aside from the hint that it would involve a change of equipment. And you can probably figure out the answer for yourself beyond that. And that is why it would be a bit of a risk, though, is because at this point, we are underleveled, and with weaker gear, we would have a much harder time, probably, defeating these last couple fights. But we just got this fire mail, which might actually be better. No, it's awful. The silver mail, however, a lot better. Gonna be wearing that. 221 defense is pretty good. Pretty good. Down the hole we go. To a situation that might seem familiar to those who finished Symphony of the Night. yeah, we now have to fight Maxim. That's problem one. And in spite of the issues he's been having with Dracula and everything, Maxim's no slouch. He's had very similar training to us, and is boosted by Dracula's power, so you can imagine he'd be a pretty tough nut to crack. Especially with this double shit he's doing. Not a fan of that. Trying to get past him to make use of it. Yeah, he really got an interesting sprite. Oh, Jesus Christ, what is this? The fuck was that? Just started vomiting selves at me. The hell was that? Just get him me and me and me and me and me. What the fuck? God damn. Yeah, based on the amount of damage I'm taking here, I think you guys get an idea of why I'm like, I don't want any less defense than I already had. Christ, Maxim, die, my dude. Accept your fate. It's over. I had something there. It only works depending on what moves he's doing, though. I can't just sit there and toe tap him to death. By the way, you'll be able to kind of tell which one's the real one because there's a slight color difference. A very slight color difference, but it's there. Jesus Christ. That's salt of 1,000 me's. God damn. He's a tough little bastard. I'm glad I bought so much healing. Though I'm now worried about Dracula, considering how much I've spent to kill just Maxim. But I did retain the 2 elixirs for a reason. I have a feeling that I'm gonna need them as much as I don't want to need full heals. It's a safe bet I'm gonna need them. So I suppose the question is, do I even fight Dracula in this ending? Looks like I don't. We just left. And you know what? That's fine by me. Yep, that's game over. We win. Okay. That works. I didn't realize there was a separation on that one. Mild spoiler, you would have to fight Dracula's Wraith in the other ending. Apparently... I thought there was 3 endings, but maybe there's only 2. Whew. Only slightly over 8 hours, though. That... Well, yeah, Pixelated Maxim gets a lot of credit. Though you do get some too, while you were a huge help earlier. That said, without that whole nonsense I caused with the Crushing Stone and a couple other things, we probably would have had this done in like 6 hours. I think the Crushing Stone situation literally added like an hour. And then some other fuckery along the way added over the course of all of them to another hour. But that is Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance done in one session. To be fair, I'd say it's a better game. I would say Symphony of the Night's a better game. Of the two, I think Symphony's better. You have more variation in what you can do because you have so many different weapon choices you theoretically could use, though admittedly there's like 3 that everybody ends up using at the end, but neither here nor there. It's less padded out, though considering once we know where we're going, we can actually cut that down pretty quick.
He's dead. Real shame.
So I suppose it's not as padded as it felt at the time. Because part of that was, of course, frustration speaking. Those final credits were a lot shorter than I thought they'd be. So I was going to give my final thoughts during the credits before the raid, but there weren't many credits. They just kind of went, this is gone. There might be fuller credits if you get the other ending. I don't know. But yeah, now I'm gonna have to figure out something else to play tomorrow. Potentially something that will be less frustrating and probably last longer. I have a couple options for who I can send everybody to. I actually have a surprising amount of options for the fact that it's so late. And I say that because some of these are in the same time zone I am, and I'm looking at 10 o'clock and like, what the hell are you guys doing? I think it comes down to I'm going to flip a coin. Because it is between somebody I've been dealing with a bunch and somebody who's playing something very similar to this that I think most of you probably don't know but would find interesting. So I'm a little torn. So actually, I'll let you guys decide this. I won't tell you who these 2 people are, but would you rather watch a interesting game in the same vein as what we just went through that will be even more brutal on the person watching it, or would you join me in going to see a good friend of mine who has been in a lot of help? What would you like to see? They are also playing something interesting. It's just not in the same vein. This same person would be very interested in finding out that I was playing this today, because they did not know, but it's one of their favorite games. So it would be very funny to me. Yeah, that's exactly the boat I'm in. It's like, I could just flip a coin, but I wanted to see what your thoughts were. Because I also can't guarantee that the interesting game would be as interesting to you guys as it is to me. Maybe I will just flip the coin. That's where I'm leaning to. I'll give you guys a few seconds to see if anybody else pops in a thought or not. But 2 votes for funny, one of them being my own, would basically decide that. I've also rated the other one more recently than the funny one. So that also is another tipping point. But, like I said, I'll give you guys a moment to think. That's a nice emote, I like that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Nobody else has a pressing thought on that. So we will be going to go see Game Tracks. He's a good dude. He's been, I wouldn't say the biggest help directly, but he has taught me a lot of things indirectly. Because he's been at the business a lot longer than me. And he has genuinely just been a very nice person and fairly supportive of just in general. So I will get the raid going while I give you guys my final thoughts. As I said, tomorrow, around the same time I started today, like 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll be starting another Metroidvania. What it'll be, I don't know yet. Keep an eye on Twitter. I might put a poll up tonight while I do my brainstorming to see if people have a quick thought. Also, literally just on Twitter or anything, in Discord, etc. Throw me ideas if you have ideas that you immediately want to see. I know it's a short time frame considering it's tomorrow, but it is what it is. I will also try to have better information about what's going to happen Friday by tomorrow. If I don't, again, keep an eye on Twitter. I will update there. I will almost certainly be streaming Friday. So that's not an issue. It's just going to be a matter of what happens on Friday that ends up getting a little funky. And that may literally just end up being an extended stream. It may not even be different content. It may just be 2 separate things back to back. Because as I told everybody before, I want to help support Nimble Squid's 500 follower celebration that he's going to be doing on Friday. He's another good dude who's been a lot of help. And then, of course, Saturday it's back to Alundra. Sunday, Symphony of War will probably finish off. And then it'll be back to what we were doing now. But other than that, thank you again. And I think that covers everything I've got. I did not anticipate actually succeeding in beating this today. And have a good night, everybody, and be good to Game Tracks. Like I said, he's a good dude. See you all tomorrow, hopefully.
Love the sound it makes when you buy a car.